Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, program signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed.
Firstly, some Speaker's business relating to appointments. Members, Mr Speaker has received notification from the First Minister and Deputy First Minister that on the 17th of June Mr Gordon Lyons resigned the office of Junior Minister. The Speaker has also been informed by the nominating officer for the Democratic Unionist Party that Mr Gary Middleton has been appointed to the office of Junior Minister. Mr Middleton accepted the nomination and affirmed the pledge of office in my presence and that of the Clerk on Thursday, the 17th of June 2021. The Speaker has also received notification that Gordon Lyons has been nominated to fill the vacancy of the Deputy Chairpersonship of the Committee for Health, effective from the 18th of June. It's now my sad duty, members, to advise the Assembly formally of the death of Mr Gordon Dunn MLA, and to report that the Speaker has notified the Chief Electoral Officer, in accordance with the Northern Ireland Act 1998, that a vacancy exists in the North Down constituency that Mr Dunn served so well. I intend to pay my own tribute to Gordon in a few moments, after which I shall call a representative of each of the parties to speak for up to 5 minutes. I will allow roughly 30 minutes for tributes, and if there is enough time remaining after all the parties have spoken, I may be able to call other members who rise in their place and wish to say a few words. This sitting will then be suspended for approximately half an hour as a mark of respect to our late friend and colleague. The Speaker was scheduled to start business today with the announcement that Mr Gordon Dunn had written to him to resign as a member with effect from Saturday the 19th of June 2021. Members will now be aware of the very sad news that Gordon passed away yesterday after battling serious illness over the last few months. I know that the whole House will be in a sombre mood of reflection today on the life of a colleague and friend who was held in such high regard across this Assembly. Mr Speaker expresses his apologies that he is not able to be in the chamber this morning due to ill health. As the Speaker said in his statement this morning, while Gordon was not one of those in the Assembly who sought to shout the loudest, he was a sterling example of a member who effectively represented his constituents by working diligently and expressing his own strongly held views at all times with courtesy and good humour. Gordon has been an elected representative for 36 years, the last 10 of those as a member of this House. His love for the constituency of North Down was plain to all and came across in a record of dedicated public service. He was a former Deputy Chair of the Committee for Culture, Arts and Leisure, but we should record today his long-standing commitment to the economy, whether on the DETI Committee or its successor committee, that for the Department for the Economy. That interest in business, industry and tourism stands as a testament to his desire to see this country succeed. Of course, today, all of us in this House mourn the passing of a friend who was incapable of causing offence to anyone. He was committed to his family and his faith, and most of us here will also know of his passion for motorsport. While today the Assembly mourns the passing of Gordon Dunn, we know that cannot compare to the loss felt by his wife, Gillian, and his children, Andrew, Stephen and Amy, and his wider family and circle of friends. On behalf of this Assembly, I send to them our deepest condolences. It will have given Gordon immense pride to know that his son Stephen will be taking up his seat in this place, and I know that all members will welcome him when he joins us. The term is sometimes overused, but we can say in every sense of the word today that with the passing of Gordon Dunn, this Assembly has lost a gentleman. Thank you. I now call, on behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, Mr Edmund Poots.
Thank you very much, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Today we do mourn genuinely the loss of a very special person. Gordon Dunn, MBE, MLA, has given 36 years of his life to public service. And he got elected in 2011 to this institution, gaining a third seat for the Democratic Unionist Party in North Down, a seat that wouldn't have been gained for the Democratic Unionist Party had it not been for the standing of Gordon Dunn in the North Down area, and especially in the Hollywood area, where Gordon represented for many years as a councillor, and the respect that he's held with in that community would need to have been witnessed, and I had the privilege of witnessing it. To his wife Gillian, and to Andrew, and Stephen, and Amy, we offer our sincere sympathies. I had the privilege last week, not pleasure, the privilege of nominating Stephen Dunn as Gordon's replacement in this Assembly. Stephen is a fine, upstanding young man, and the relationship that him and his father had wasn't just a father and son relationship, they were also best friends. And we used to always see Stephen and Gordon together out at all of the motor sport events, whether it be 2 wheels or 4 wheels. They were enthusiasts, particularly about motorsport. But Gordon and how he conducted himself, and I would have a much more confrontational approach, as some of you know, but Gordon was always a very measured gentleman and didn't get embroiled in the scraps across the chambers. He chose to do his politics in a different way. He was quiet, honest, resolute, fair, compassionate, gracious. He exemplified everything in a Christian gentleman that he actually was. And this Assembly is a prayer for the loss of Gordon Dunn. His family are the poor. His constituents are the poor. I mourn Gordon's loss not as a colleague, but as a friend, a true and genuine friend. Drew alongside me on many occasions over the course of the last number of years. We had those quiet conversations, thought about things and how things should go forward. And Gordon was always a constant, ringing you up, having those chats, offering support, offering advice, a caring and a loving gentleman who will be greatly missed. Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. I call Dr. Kiva Archibald.
Gurmarget Prevlas Cancorlia, and I welcome the opportunity to pay tribute to Gordon on behalf of Sinn Féin. I always found Gordon, as you have described yourself, Prevlas Cancorlia. I was first on Economy Committee with Gordon back in 2016, and back then I always found him to be friendly and civil. And since I've taken over as chair of the committee last year, I've got to know him a bit better. John O'Dowd and I on committee always had a bit of crack with Gordon. Gordon was well liked by everyone on our committee, other reps and committee staff alike, and we were all shocked to hear he was ill. On committee, he was always well-mannered and friendly. He fought the corner of his constituents. He was over his brief. He made his political points, of course, but every one of my party colleagues who knew Gordon has a good word on him. They're all shocked and saddened that he is gone. I genuinely don't think I ever had a cross word with Gordon, although he did once give me a jocular jab that I took up too much time asking questions. For a while last year, during lockdown, it was only Gordon, me and the committee clerk that were actually physically present here in the committee room for meetings, so we always had a good chat and a laugh. He was a very witty man, so he was. Gordon was a genuinely nice man, and he will be sadly missed. The public sometimes have a dim view of politicians and elected representatives, but most really just want to do the best for the people they represent. Gordon was one of those people. You could tell he really cared about being an elected rep, about North Down and about the people he represented. So on behalf of Sinn Féin, I want to extend our deepest sympathies to Gordon's wife Gillian, their children Andrew, Stephen and Amy, and wider family at this very sad time. And I also send our thoughts and condolences to his party colleagues and friends who are feeling his sad loss. Ar Yeshe Gura Anam.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Nicola Mallon.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the SDLP, can I convey my sincere condolences to Gordon Dunn's family, his friends and his party colleagues. We know what it's like to lose a friend and a colleague, and how much more difficult the process is under the current circumstances. As has already been said, Gordon was a good man who cared dearly and deeply about his community and his constituents. In my dealings with him, I found him to be straight-talking, fair, and above all, a very friendly and approachable member of this House. as a minister, I got to see at first hand how much he cared deeply for his constituents and his continual representations on their behalf. If an issue mattered to Gordon's constituents, then it mattered to him. With 36 years of public service as an elected representative, having served as Mayor and Deputy Mayor of his borough, Gordon clearly had a deep and enduring love for the people he represented, and that's something we can all respect and learn from. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, unfortunately, due to ministerial commitments, I won't be able to stay in the chamber to hear all of the tributes, but my thoughts and those of my party colleagues are with Gordon's friends, his families and his colleagues in the DUP at this very difficult time.
Thank you. Mr. Alan Chambers.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I have served alongside Gordon in politics for almost 30 years. I had the privilege of serving with Gordon for almost 20 years on the former Northdown Borough Council. He was a passionate advocate for his party, and at times in the council chamber he was their lone voice. I always found him very encouraging of me in the early days of my political career on council. Many occasions we had different positions on issues, and on equally as many occasions we stood shoulder to shoulder. Whatever the events in the council chamber during the evening, it always ended with his invitation, "Brother Chambers, are you coming in for a cup of tea?" And at that point, the politics stopped. And the humorous side of Gordon and his huge sense of humour took over. His banter was never pointed or hurtful. He was a gentleman, a man of faith, and most importantly, his word was his bond. And he never spoke ill of political opponents. He may have opposed their opinion, but he always respected their right to hold that opinion. At election time, Gordon put out his stall. He highlighted his values, but he never sought to put down or undermine his opponents. And in all the years that I worked alongside Gordon, I never saw him do anything or take a position that was for selfish reasons. The Gordon I will remember will be as a fellow politician, but more importantly, as a friend. My thoughts and prayers are with his wife and his family at this time. And I know that his son Stephen will, when he feels ready, be in this chamber to take over from his father. And I know that Stephen will bring the same values that his father held to this chamber. Thank you.
Mr. Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. I come here today with a real, genuine sense of profound sadness. My immediate thoughts and prayers are with Gordon's family, with Gillian, with Andrew, with Stephen and Amy. This is a very difficult moment for many, particularly the family. There's a real shock and sadness, particularly within Hollywood, which is the town he loved so well and so adequately represented, the loss of a dedicated public service servant. And that's what Gordon was. He was a dedicated public servant. He joined Northdown Borough Council in 1981. He was elected as a councillor. There's a story to be told. He was very quickly elevated to the role of alderman, and he served on that council for many years, in the role also as mayor and as deputy mayor, and then became a member of this assembly in 2011. Gordon had very strong political views, and my views and his often differed, and we had debates in the chamber which were of differing viewpoints. But what was the ultimate measure of the man was, after those debates and after those exchanges, he was able to go and, as Alan has said, to be able to have a cup of tea and a civil and friendly exchange and banter. And that, to me, is what demonstrated the strength of Gordon, that ability to be able to separate politics from the person and being able to engage and support other people. As I've said, Gordon served as Mayor of North Down during his time as a public servant, and I also had a privilege to serve as Mayor from 2013 to 2014. This is going to be difficult for me, but I'm forever grateful to Gordon for that opportunity to serve as Mayor of North Down. And I haven't spoken about this before, but we did a power sharing agreement within that council, and we did an agreement over the 4 years, and things were tough politically. But Gordon came to that chamber and voted for me to become Mayor, and I'm forever grateful for him to do that, because the word was his honour. He's someone you could trust and you could respect for that, and I think politics needs people like that, and we're so sad for the lossing of someone who had those values at his core and who you were able to trust and you were able to engage with. Last year in this chamber, after a debate, Gordon came over to me and there was a good bit of humour and a good bit of banter. And he said to me that, and I obviously have known Gordon since I joined council in 2010, he says, "Did you ever think that both of us would be in this chamber here together?" And I was honest, Gordon, and I said no. And one of the great sadness I have is that we haven't had more time to work together as colleagues within this place. So as Gordon would have said to other people, good night, brother. Rest in peace, Gordon. Thank you.
Ms Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. And like others have done, I wish to express my deep condolences to the family of Gordon, to Gillian, to Amy, to Andrew and to Stephen, the wider family circle, Gordon's many friends and his DUP colleagues. Gordon has represented Hollywood and North Down for over 3 decades, holding the position of councillor, alderman, deputy mayor and most recently MLA. And his record of public service will be remembered well into the future. I know even from the last few weeks, with the news that he was stepping down, and then since overnight, there is a great sadness in North Down, but in particular in the very tight-knit community in Hollywood, where Gordon was so well known. And whilst I have only served alongside Gordon as MLA for the last 18 months, I thoroughly enjoyed my engagements with him, not only as a councillor previously sitting with Stephen, but also as a constituent of his too, having lived in the area the whole time that Gordon has been representing it. And like Andrew, I've always found Gordon very personable, with good humour. He certainly gave you the time of day, and you were always welcome into his office to talk about any issue. He would always have you in. Gordon always said hello. He had something to say to you, but he did make time for you. And he will always be well liked and well respected across the political spectrum. I know that Gordon's family will be very proud of what he has achieved professionally as a public servant and will miss him deeply, and also as a loved family member. So my thoughts are with all of them at this most difficult of times.
Mr Jim Allister.
Thank you. I join in the generous and deserved tributes to Gordon Dunn upon his passing, a reminder to us all of our own mortality in regard to these matters. Gordon Dunn is someone I've known for many years, and of course the tributes paid sum up the man as honourable and straightforward and without malice, and someone who in consequence was very personable and who served his constituency extremely assiduously. He was the personification, I think, of the constituency representative in terms of his commitment to ensuring that the needs of his constituents were always to the fore. And that is a good example for us all. I therefore wish to join in expressing my own condolences to his wife and to his family, and indeed to his siblings and his wider family, some of whom in fact are members of my own party, and I do want to extend to all and to his political family, the DUP, in which he was such a stalwart for so long, and I've no doubt he will be missed in the manners which have been expressed today. Therefore, to all who are affected by it, I express my thoughts and prayers, and cherish the service that, as a public servant, Gordon Dunn gave to Northdown, and particularly Hollywood. And from some of my own family connections there, I know of the assiduous nature of his service in that community. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Deputy Speaker. From myself and on behalf of my party, I want to offer my sincere condolences to Gordon's friends, family and colleagues on the very sad news of his passing. And Deputy Speaker, Gordon wasn't somebody that I didn't come across directly in terms of committees or in this chamber, but he was someone who was always courteous and polite when I passed him in the corridors, even if we obviously didn't agree or our politics didn't meet. So just on this very sad day, I wanted to offer my sympathies to everybody who knew Gordon, everybody who was close to him, because this is obviously a very, very sad day for them. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mr. Paul Given.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Gordon Dunn was so much more than just a colleague. He was very much a personal friend, a gentle, godly man who epitomised all that it is to be a Christian, an encourager, somebody who would have spoke to you in the corridor, picked up the phone, sent text messages, and only in very recent days, when Gordon could barely do that, Gordon was doing that with me. A number of weeks ago, I was able to visit the home. We were in a rush that day. I went with my good friend, Mr. Buckley. And I knew then, whenever I was talking to Gordon in the kitchen, this was likely the last time that I was going to get speaking to Gordon. So we set aside the time, and we weren't in a rush anymore. And I'm so glad that we had that opportunity to have tea, to have conversations about life and politics and his family. But I knew when I left that house that things weren't looking good, and only a number of weeks later, he passed away. I had the opportunity to serve with Gordon on the Economy Committee, and Ms Archibald has spoken very well about his role on that, a committee that he loved, and I served with him on it. More recently, on the Justice Committee, I'm not so sure he loved that just as much. He certainly liked to quiz about legal aid, and I think those departmental officials know that he had an interest in that, because it was about public finances. And Gordon always had an interest in how money was being spent, and was it being spent well. I always enjoyed that time with Gordon. He didn't take to the technology of Zoom, and that's why he always went while everybody else was on the Starley facility. Gordon kept coming into this building whenever he could. A faithful public servant, not of that Hollywood style of celebrity and seeking attention. Diligent, hard-working, understated, quiet. And he was Mr. Hollywood in Northdown. And they have lost somebody who championed their cause so well for many years. My sympathies go to his wife Gillian and Andrew and Amy and to Stephen. And I'm delighted that Stephen will continue that legacy in this place, representing the party in Northdown. But for me, it's farewell, and we'll meet again, because Gordon had a strong personal faith. He put his trust in the Lord many years ago. And we grieve his loss. We join with the family as they mourn. But I know I'll see Gordon again, because Gordon's now in eternity with the Saviour that he loved, the Saviour that I love. And I'll get to see Gordon again. And I know Gordon would want me to encourage you all to think about your place and where you'll spend eternity. So we remember the man, we remember the encourager that he was. And Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, this place is very much the weaker for his passing. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Linda Dillon.
Good privilege, Corlia. Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I will keep my remarks very short, but just to say that everything that has been said here is exactly my impression of Gordon. I served on the Justice Committee with him since I came on to the Justice Committee, and an absolute gentleman is how you would describe him. And you said it yourself, Mr. Deputy Principal Speaker. He is and was an absolute gentleman, and my thoughts today are with his family. When you love somebody and you lose them, it's difficult at any time, but he was much too young to be lost. So my thoughts today are with his family and with all of his party colleagues and his friend and those who loved him.
Thank you. I call Mr. Patsy McClone.
Thanks very much indeed, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. And as I rise here today is to pay tribute to the late Gordon Dunn. I got to know Gordon well on the committees that we served on around the Assembly, and I have to say I always found Gordon very respectful, honest, a decent man in all his dealings with me, and a man who worked hard for his constituents, as many have said here. And indeed, many a chat we had on the corridors around this place, bit of banter, bit of chat, bit of humour, and indeed we even exchanged advice about certain constituency matters, whether that was about mobile phone signals or other matters that may have come up in around the committees that we served on. So it's a very sad day for the family, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and for certainly his colleagues on the benches and those that have, down through the years, worked very closely with Gordon. And all that has been said here today does reflect my experience of Gordon as well. To his wife Gillian, his family Andrew, Amy and Stephen, and indeed his extended family and friends, my sincerest sympathies to them all, and may God rest him. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Mrs. Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. It was with a real sense of sadness that I learned of Gordon's passing yesterday evening. I'm not here this morning to reiterate the tributes that have been paid to Gordon, but I would like to be associated with them. Gordon was one of the first MLAs I met when I came here to Stormont in 2016. Gordon, as you may or may not know, is a native of Fermanagh. He came, he introduced himself to me in the corridor, and from that day forward, most weeks he would have met me in the corridor and said, "Well, Rosemary, what's new in Fermanagh this week?" We always stopped, had a few minutes of a conversation, and that friendly banter continued most weeks. Indeed, Gordon was one of the most highly respected MLAs in this House, and I was greatly saddened to hear of his death. While my thoughts and prayers are with Gordon's wife Gillian and his immediate family, I also wish to convey my deepest sympathy to his brothers and sisters in Fermanagh and Tyrone, many of them who I do know and have spoken to personally over the past couple of years. Also, I'd like to convey my sympathy to you, his party colleagues, on his passing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Peter Weir.
Deputy Principal Speaker, on this sad occasion I rise to pay tribute to my colleague of 16 years in North Down Council and then this Assembly, but above all my friend of many more years than that. Much has been said of Gordon, of his integrity and his humour, and I would echo that, but there are four words in my mind which epitomise what was at the heart of Gordon Dunn: faith, family, friendship and service. He was a man of strong Christian faith, and if there is comfort in the sadness we face today, it is knowing that he is safe in the arms of Jesus. And a man in terms of his faith who not simply talked the talk or went to church on a Sunday, but lived his life through true Christian principles and demonstrated that particularly in the way that he treated other people. Family, there was no more devoted family man I can think of than Gordon Dunn. And to Gillian, to Andrew, to Stephen, to Amy and the wider circle,
I pass on my condolences on what must be heartbreaking days. Friendship, as we have seen, Gordon was a man that was abundant in his level of friendship, and we've seen this from not just within the council chamber, within the assembly chamber, the extent to which he would have that banter and crack with everyone from whatever background they came from. It didn't matter to Gordon. But it is also the case that the number of occasions, either after a council meeting or on a phone call or across a chamber, the amount of friendship that was there and the extent to which there was that engaged Gordon was extraordinary. But one thing I would say particularly, we've talked in recent weeks about the opening up of hospitality. Gordon was a one-man hospitality machine. You didn't call into the house or call over to the office without almost immediately, even if you were in a hurry, without the kettle going on, and a cup of tea or a coffee, and that wasn't really enough as well. It would be, would you not take that wee pancake, or look, here's some sandwiches that are here, or here's some buns that are left over. And that was very much the measure of the man. And finally, service. A man who devoted his adult life, I think he was elected when he was about 21, 22, originally on North Down Council, to the people of North Down in general, and particularly the people of Holywood. And he was an indefatigable fighter for those people. I think particularly of, not necessarily one occasion, but one series of occasions where he was pressing very strongly the work of the council to be done on a road which, if we're being honest on it, there was no legitimate reason for actually work to be done on it by the council. And he badgered myself, he badgered Alan Graham, he badgered Trevor Clarke, and week after week we would say to him, Gordon, look, there's just no way we can do this. This cannot be done. And he would come back the next week again and again until eventually, maybe to shut him up, we eventually said, yes, here's a way we've found to be able to do this. And that was typical of Gordon. Gordon would fight for his constituents to the bitter end and has delivered for thousands. And there are thousands of people today who will mourn his passing as a result of that. Every election, Gordon, like myself, was probably a man who enjoyed a bit of a pun, and quite like the slogan, vote Gordon for a job well done. Today, we reflect on a life well done.
Thank you. I call Mr. John O'Dowd.
I just want to add my tributes to Gordon as well. I got to know Gordon when I was Education Minister, and a wee bit like Peter, I was being lobbied constantly about schools in Holywood. So he invited me up one day to Holywood, and I arrived at the first school, and there was a police outrider sitting on a motorbike. I says, John, I've organised you. I went around 2 or 3 schools with this motorbike escorting me around Holywood. And I said to him, I says, Gordon, I got to the third school, and I says, Gordon, you know, I've been escorted out of a few places by the police, but I've never been escorted around by the police. And he had a great laugh at that. But in recent times, I've gotten to know him on the Economy Committee, and as the Chair said, every meeting started off with a bit of banter from Gordon and a joke. And I actually got to the stage where we were planning to have a meeting on the shores of Lough Neagh, and Gordon was, in his usual format, saying, what would we want to go there for? And I said, because it's beautiful. So there's a wee bit of banter about North Down and Lough Neagh, etc. Unfortunately, we won't get him to the shores of Lough Neagh now. And I regret that deeply. But I have to say, I will miss Gordon. I enjoyed his company. He was a determined politician in his own way, as others have said. He represented his constituents well. But as my mother would have said about people, he was a civil creator. So he was, and that, I think, is the most outstanding thing about him. So I wish his family and his friends my deepest sympathy.
Thank you. And I call Mr. Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Days like this are never easy, but I rise to pay tribute to my friend Gordon Dunn, MBE. Gordon gave a lifetime of service. He's been described as many things in this: man of faith, man of integrity, man of service, man of honour. He was all of those things and much, much more. He selflessly served his constituents for 36 years, serving his community and his country with compassion and conviction, combined with a warm smile and a big heart. He was rightly recognised for this service by Her Majesty the Queen, a fitting tribute to a life of service with the MBE. How can I describe Gordon's character? He had a warmth of character. It was infectious. He had a smile that could light up a room and a laugh that instantly put people at ease, regardless of your background. Many people in this chamber can tell a story of Gordon Dunn, and he had some laugh in telling us the stories that he had, some very, very unusual stories with people of very different political persuasions. But he took great joy in that. His son Stephen was able to tell me that when Gordon announced that he was retiring from this place, and the tributes started to pour in right across the country, that he sat down with his dad and they started to scroll through the stories. And he said there was tears of joy, there was laughs. Stephen and the family have been incredibly touched by the many personal stories and tributes people have paid across this house and across the country for their dear father, Gordon. He had some fantastic hobbies and interests. Much has been mentioned here today, but how many of us got to know about Gordon's love for motorsport? It was incredible. If I had £1 for every time Gordon Dunn mentioned the word World Rally Championship coming to Northern Ireland, I could fund it myself. He was an incredible lobbyist for the causes in which he loved and was passionate about, whether that be standing at a pothole in North Down, whether that be fighting for people in the Health Committee, which he served for so many years, fighting for a business. Gordon Dunn didn't take no for an answer. He kept going, and what a wonderful legacy that man leaves in this place. The stories have been incredible. Perhaps Gordon was the greatest example of how people in this country should treat one another. Differences of opinion, but never nothing personal. Gordon would always tell you how it was. Even if that meant uncomfortable conversations, Gordon had to tell you what he thought. But when he left that room, Gordon was always your friend. I'll never forget him for that. To his wife Gillian, children Andrew, Stephen and Amy, wider family circle, and his close group of friends, I say, farewell, Brother Dunn. This world's loss is heaven's gain. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. And the final speaker is Mrs. Joanne Bunting.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Mr. Poots has been called today on behalf of our party. Mr. Given has spoken on behalf of our country. Mr. Weir is a long-time constituency colleague. Mr. Buckley is a close personal friend. And I rise on behalf of our Assembly group. Today we are immensely sad. Gordon was not only an esteemed colleague, he was a gentleman and a beloved friend. Ever with a kind word, a hearty chuckle, and with fondness, we in here will remember his loud whisper in this chamber. We each have an individual story about our friendship with Gordon and his impact on our lives. His kindness, his generosity, his integrity, his thoughtfulness, and his sense of fun. He will be sorely missed. Gordon's legacy will live on. His record of service, commitment, and diligence were impeccable, and qualities to which we all aspire. Colleagues across this House have been in similar positions and know the sorrow. We thank you, and we are grateful for your expressions of sympathy and condolence. We are a group in mourning and in grief today. But more importantly, we have a family for whom we care deeply, who are in grief and mourning today. to Gillian, to Andrew, Stephen and Amy, our hearts, thoughts and prayers are with you, and we pray the God of all comfort will draw near to you at this time of grief. And I leave you with verse 12 from Deuteronomy chapter 33. And of Benjamin he said, "The beloved of the Lord shall dwell in safety by him, and the Lord shall cover him all the day long, and he shall dwell between his shoulders." And today, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, we are grateful because Gordon is at home with the Lord, resting between his shoulders. Thank you.
Thank you. As is convention on an occasion such as this, I propose to suspend this sitting as a mark of respect for roughly half an hour, so the sitting will resume at 1:15. Thank you.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.
Thank you, members. The sitting is now resumed. The next item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other motions, it will be treated as a business motion and therefore there will be no debate. Can I ask the clerk to please read the motion?
That Mr Peter Weir replace Mr Paul Frew as a member of the Committee for Justice. That Mr Robin Newton be appointed as a member of the Committee for Justice. That Mrs Diane Dodds replace Mr Trevor Clarke as a member of the Committee for the Executive Office. That Mr George Robinson replace Mr Keith Buchanan as a member of the Committee for Infrastructure. That Mrs Diane Dodds and Mr Harry Harvey replace Mr William Humphrey and Mr Maurice Bradley as members of the Committee for Education. That Mrs Pam Cameron replace Mr Robin Newton as a member of the Committee for Communities. That Mr Peter Weir and Mr Keith Buchanan replace Mr Christopher Stalford and Mr Mervyn Storey as members of the Committee for the Economy. That Mr William Irwin replace Mr Harry Harvey as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and Mrs Joanne Bunting and Mr William Humphrey replace Mr Maurice Bradley and Mr Gary Middleton as members of the Committee on Procedures.
I call Ms Joanne Bunting to move the motion.
Move.
Members, I have just been advised that we are without quorum, so we're going to have to sound the bells in order to get a quorum into the chamber. Members, we have now achieved quorum, so the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item on the order paper is a motion on appointments to the Assembly Commission. As with similar motions, this will also be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. I ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That, in accordance with Standing Order 79.4, Mr Trevor Clarke be to fill a vacancy on the Assembly Commission.
Thank you. I call Ms Joanne Bunting to move the motion.
So moved.
Thank you. Before we proceed to this question, I would remind members that in accordance with Standing Order 79.3, this motion requires cross-community support. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. As there are ayes from all sides of the chamber and there are no dissenting voices, I am satisfied that cross-community consent has been demonstrated and the motion is agreed. The next two motions are to approve statutory rules related to social security benefits. There will be a single debate upon both motions. I will ask the clerk to read the first motion, then call the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on both motions. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion. If that's clear, then we shall proceed, and I ask the clerk to please read the first motion.
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move.
Beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I therefore call the Minister to open the debate on both motions. Minister.
Thanks very much. I'm seeking the Assembly's approval for two rules which form the main part of the operating package for 2021-22. The operating package usually increases the rate of social security benefits, pension and lump sum payments each year in line with inflation. Operating occurs around the beginning of the tax year, and these two rules come into operation from April 2021. As most members will be aware, my department is only empowered to make a corresponding order when the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions makes an operating order in Britain. In relation to the annual operating of benefits, the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is required to undertake a review of the rates of the benefits in relation to the general level of prices. This is measured by the growth in CPI, the Consumer Price Index, which determines the amount by which the various rates of benefit should be increased, thereby allowing levels to maintain their value against inflation. The percentage increase is determined by the CPI in the 12 months up to the previous September. CPI indicated a positive growth of 0.5% for the period to the end of September 2020. For the 2021 operating package, this means the benefits linked to prices have increased by 0.5%. This was generally benefits which contribute towards extra costs arising as a result of disability or health conditions, notably attendance allowance, disability living allowance, personal independence payment. They also include carers allowance and additional state pension. In addition to increasing certain benefits in line with the increase in prices, the commitment to the triple lock continues to apply to the basic state pension and the new state pension. These pension payments are increased in line with the highest of the growth in earnings, the growth in prices or 2.5%. The growth in earnings is measured by the increase in average weekly earnings for a quarter ending the previous July. Due to the impact of the COVID-19, earnings growth for the relevant period had been negative. Therefore, to enable benefits linked to earnings to actually be increased this year, a bill was introduced at Westminster to modify the operating powers in the Social Security Administration Act. The bill received royal assent in November 2020. Corresponding provision here can therefore be made under the usual powers in the Northern Administration Act. The British Government's commitment to the triple lock for the basic state pension and the new state pension means that for 2021-22, these will be operated by 2.5%. To ensure those in receipt of state pension credits see the benefit of the increase in the state pension, the cash increase in the basic state pension has been matched in the single rate of standard minimum guarantee of pension credit. This represents an increase of around 1.9%. The couple's rate of the standard minimum guarantee has also increased by 1.9%. When the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions makes an operating order in Britain, my department is empowered to make a corresponding order. I don't have the party increase the amounts of the benefit by a different or greater amount in the annual operating order. The operating order is the main statutory rule to provide for the increase in benefit rates. However, some technical provisions in relation to the annual operating are required to be made by regulations and therefore cannot be included in the order. So this debate also encompasses the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations 2021 and makes some technical provisions required for the accurate implementation of the increased rates. The regulations are also made as a consequence of the operating order. They will also include an increase in the personal expenses allowance for residents in care homes. As a result of the 2021 operating package, approximately £91 million will be additionally paid out by my department to people here on social security benefits and pensions. This is in addition to any temporary increases and easements which were introduced in response to the coronavirus pandemic, which members will already be aware. I understand we might like to do more for recipients of social security and pensions, especially in these unprecedented times. However, in relation to the annual operating order, I can simply reiterate that my department only has the power to make corresponding provisions to the order made in Britain. I therefore welcome members' support for this operating order and consequential operating regulations.
Thank you. I call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Mrs Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 15th of April 2021 and understands that this order is one of a series of statutory rules relating to the annual operating of social security benefits from April 2021. The Social Security Administration Act 1992 requires the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions in Great Britain to review certain benefits and operate them at least in line with the general level of prices. The Secretary of State has determined that the benefits have not maintained their value in relation to prices as measured by the Consumer Price Index over the period October 2019 to September 2020 and has decided to operate them in line with the growth of CPI over the 12-month period, that being, as the Minister said, 0.5%. When the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions makes an operating order under Section 150, 150A or 151A of the 1992 Act, the Department is empowered to make a corresponding order. However, the Department has no power to set different rates for Northern Ireland. This statutory rule is now made under the Social Security Administration Northern Ireland Act 1992. The corresponding Great Britain order is the Social Security Benefits Operating Order 2021 and comes into force from the 1st of April 2021. In line with long-standing policy of parity in social security, the order will come into operation on the same date as the corresponding Great. Advised the committee that the rule will cease to have effect after 6 months unless approved by the Assembly. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the committee agreed to recommend SR 2021-82 be confirmed by the Assembly.
Thank you. I call Mr Mark Durkin.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I don't think there's anything much further to add, but certainly in support of these SRs.
Mr Jerry Carroll.
Thanks. I want to be brief, but maybe not as brief as Mr Durkin there. But in terms of the SRs, I'm sure most people wouldn't begrudge people on benefits, pensioners, and those requiring assistance from the state a few extra quid in their pocket. Certainly not me or my party. But I think we have to really ask today, not at some mythical point in the future, but today, whether these increases go far enough to see people through uncertainty and hard times that they've experienced over the last year or so and likely into the future. And on that point, they've failed to meet the criteria. At best, these SRs increase benefits by 2.5%, but we're seeing reports already that inflation, certainly CPI, will likely hit 4%. And if that does become the rate, then these increases, as they are presented, would not even match the increased cost of living, food and other amenities. RPI, Retail Price Index, has already increased by 2.15% over the last period, and RPI is obviously a more traditionally, historically, accurate reflection of the cost of people's shopping, living, etc., and that's expected to rise further. So at best, these figures are standstill, but in reality, they will probably represent a real terms decrease in what people take home, vis-à-vis what they have to pay out and increased costs and so on. And when you add On top of that, the expected or likely £20 cut in universal credit to come in the winter. The truth is people on benefits are being failed once again by policies designed at Westminster, rubber stamped at Stormont. And that is, of course, not to mention the fact that people here are still waiting on the mitigations package to be agreed by the Executive, in a real shameful state of affairs. And parties in this chamber, Mr Deputy Speaker, told us that the bedroom tax wouldn't be in operation in the north, even when the legislation had already been written and implemented, and now the protective measures that people need aren't in place, despite people being promised. And I want to pay tribute to the Cliff Edge Coalition and other groups who are highlighting this real scandalous state of affairs. And as it stands, over 1,000 families are being failed by the gaps in the legislation around bedroom tax and the two-child cap. The benefit cap that sees families lose out hundreds of pounds per year, per month, people live in anxiety and fear. And obviously pension credit is increased with this CSR, but still many thousands of people who are entitled to it are not getting pension credit. 30,000 families, a third of all people who are entitled to the and there's meagre increase for pensioners. In reality, it doesn't go far enough. And every time we hear conversations about benefits, we hear there's no magic money tree, but there's over £100 billion extra made by billionaires during this pandemic. Government contracts going to friends of Tories. So there's plenty of money there if the will is there to collect it, and we need to dispel with these comments about magic money trees and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you. No other member has indicated to me that they wish to speak, so could I call the Minister to wind on the debate? Minister.
Yeah, no, thanks very much. And again, thanks to the Chair of the Communities Committee and indeed the Committee as well, and those who have spoke on this today. And I suppose just to point out, I know it was raised there in terms of the mitigations. The member will know that I have legislation ready to go. I've had that legislation ready for some time, and I would urge that that's moved without further delay. And again, I just wish to commend these motions that we're speaking about here today to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Order NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. We move on then to the motion on the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations, which has already been debated. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The question is that the Social Security Benefits Operating Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I ask the Clerk to please read the motion.
That the Mesothelioma Lump Sum Payments, Conditions and Amounts Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Communities to move.
I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed there should be no time limit on this debate. I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you. These regulations are part of the annual operating package and increase the compensation payable by the scheme under Mesothelioma Act NI 2008. Unlike the main benefit operating order, there is no explicit requirement to review the level of payments under the scheme each year. However, these regulations have increased the amounts payable by the scheme in line with the rate of inflation. The amounts payable under the scheme have been increased for 2021-22 year by 0.5%, which mirrors the percentage increase of industrial injuries benefit in the main operating order. And I'll provide just some background. Mesothelioma is a cancer arising in the mesothelioma, which is a layer of the tissue that surrounds the organ of the chest, abdominal cavity and pelvis. This cancer is commonly found in the lungs and is heavily linked to asbestos exposure. Symptoms of mesothelioma also include shortness of breath, swollen abdomen, chest pain, cough, feeling tired, weight loss. It is a long latent disease where symptoms typically come on slowly and in some cases 30 to 40 years after exposure. Under this scheme, those who have been exposed to asbestos can claim a lump sum payment if they are not entitled to payment under the pneumoconiosis Workers' Compensation NI Order 1979, known as the 1979 scheme, and do not otherwise have a civil claim. The scheme provides financial help to persons diagnosed with this horrible disease, or if the person has died, their dependents within a matter of weeks of diagnosis and without the need to establish an occupational link or indeed a causative link. Therefore, provided they have not already received a compensation payment from another source, people who suffer from this disease are eligible for a payment regardless of whether they were employees, self-employed, or indeed have never worked. As many they will be the case for the example of those family members who have contracted this disease through cleaning asbestos-covered clothes. For the 2021-22, the amount payable, for example, for a person aged 37 or under at diagnosis has increased from $93,827 to $94,296, the same maximum that can be paid under the 1979 scheme. These regulations ensure compensation provided under the scheme maintains its value relative to inflation, and I am sure all members will welcome these provisions.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Mrs Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The committee considered this statutory rule at its meeting on the 18th of March 2021. The statutory rule is made under the Mesothelioma etc. Act Northern Ireland 2008 and relates to the annual upgrading of social security benefits, pensions and lump sum payments to increase the amounts payable under the Act with effect from the 1st of April 2021. The committee was advised that this rule enables lump sum compensation payments to be paid to people who have diffuse mesothelioma or to their dependents where the sufferers did not claim in their lifetime. Under the Act, payments are made without the need to prove negligent exposure to asbestos or that the exposure occurred during employment. Although there is no statutory obligation to increase the level of payments under the Act, the committee is aware that the amounts are usually increased each year in line with the rate of inflation as measured by the Consumer Price Index in the previous September. The Department advised the committee that the rule will cease to have effect after 6 months unless approved by this Assembly. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, on the basis of the information provided by the Department, the committee therefore 2021-59 be confirmed by this Assembly.
Thank you. No other members indicated to me that they wish to speak in this debate, so I call the Minister to wind on the lengthy debate that we've had. Minister.
And just to thank the Chair and the committee, and I commend the motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now moving on to the further consideration stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. I have some housekeeping announcements to make in relation to this. Further consideration stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move the bill. Minister.
I beg to move the further consideration stage of the Licensing and Regulation of Clubs Amendment Bill be agreed.
Thank you. Members have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There are 2 groups of amendments, and we will debate the amendments in each group in turn. The first debate will be on amendments 1 to 11, 13, 17 to 19, 23 and 24, which deal with clarifications, consequential and drafting amendments relating to cinemas, local producers and conduct of licensed premises and clubs. The second debate will be on amendments 12, 14 to 16 and 20 to 22, which deal with minimum unit pricing, reviews, reports and guidance. I remind members who are intending to speak that during the debates on the 2 groups of amendments, they should address all the amendments in each group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate on each group is completed, any further amendments in the group will be moved formally as we go through the bill, and question on each will be put without further debate. Clear as mud. On that basis, we will proceed. We now come to the first group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 11, 13, 17 to 19, 23 and 24. Within this group, Amendments 2 and 3 are consequential to Amendment 1. Amendment 9 is consequential to Amendment 5. I therefore call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in this group. Minister.
Thanks very much, and I beg to move amendment number 1. And I would like to state from the outset that all of my proposed amendments are technical, drafting or consequential amendments. They seek to improve the drafting of the bill, ensure the enforceability of some clauses, maintain consistency with the bill or relevant parent legislation, or address potential practical difficulties in the implementation. For that reason, I will keep my comments brief, I hope. Amendments 1 to 3 improve the drafting and ensures the enforceability of Clause 9, which adds cinemas to the list of venues to be defined as places of public entertainment. Amendment 4 makes the insertion into Clause 10, local producers' licence, which clarifies that the general prohibition of selling alcoholic drinks for consumption on the premises does not apply to those local producers which have a suitability order and authorisation to do so. Amendment 5 moves what was Clause 12 into Clause 11 as it relates to the sale of alcohol for consumption in a local producer's premises. It also ensures that the Committee's original policy intent regarding the use of occasional licences in tap rooms is clear, and as I am concerned that the amendment at consideration stage potentially did not do this. This amendment clarifies that any part of a local producer's premises which has an eligibility order to sell the consumption on the premises could not be used for an occasional licence. Amendment 6 corrects references in Clause 11. Amendment 7 to Clause 11 is required to maintain consistency with the licensing order, ensuring that all premises which can sell alcoholic drinks for consumption on the premises are prohibited from allowing consumption outside the area which has been licensed. The amendment also ensures consistency with the licensing order in respect of the protection of young people. The bill currently includes Article 5(1)(m) premises and Article 58 of the licensed persons prohibited from licensed premises, alongside off-sale premises. There is no specific provision in respect of the conditions under which young people can be in a bar following the inclusion of new Article 52E and 52F. Which is the case for all licensed premises with a bar. This amendment means that if a licence holder wishes to have children in a tap room part of its premises, the child must be seated at a table away from the bar, that meals and beverages must be available, and that the young person must not be on the premises beyond 9 p.m. Amendment 8 to Clause 11 is technical in nature and corrects the relevant cross-references. Amendment 9 removes Clause 12, which is brought into Clause 11 by Amendment 5. Members should also be aware that Amendment 9 is linked to Amendment 5, and therefore members should vote in the same way for both. Amendment 10 seeks to improve the drafting of subsections 4 and 5 in Clause 15, which relates to underage functions. Amendment 11 improves the drafting of Clause 20, which restricts the advertising of drinks promotions in supermarkets to the area in which intoxicating liquor may be displayed in such premises. Amendment 13 improves the drafting of Clause 23, which permits a court, when determining an application for an occasional licence, to impose terms and conditions on the licence. Amendment 17 is technical in nature and makes a grammatical correction in Clause 26 Code of Practice. Amendment 18 to Clause 34 ensures that the number of occasions a registered club can be granted a late-night authorisation can be amended by the regulations, which may not be made unless a draft has been laid before and approved by a resolution of the Assembly. And I would like to thank Andy Allen for identifying the lack of regulatory making power to amend the number of late-night authorisations for registered clubs. As is the case with licensed premises, this was an oversight and this amendment now seeks to correct that. Amendment 19 is technical amendment which clarifies a reference to the registration of Clubs Order 1996 in Clause 37, underage functions. Amendment 23 to Clause 48, commencement and short title, makes it clear that paragraphs 1 and 14 must be commenced before those paragraphs referenced can be. Amendment 24 to Schedule 1 repeals, improves the drafting of the bill and ensure references are consistent with the bill and the licensing order. Deputy Speaker, these are the amendments in Group 1.
Thank you. I call the Chair of the Communities Committee, Ms Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the committee, I am delighted to welcome the further consideration stage of this bill. The very thorough scrutiny at committee stage, the detailed committee report, the willingness of the Minister to take forward amendments where needed, and the equally thorough and lengthy debate at consideration stage have no doubt produced a stronger bill across all sectors and groups impacted, across hospitality, retail and tourism sectors, local alcohol producers, public health, the wider justice system, young people, sporting and other clubs. As the Minister brought forward a considerable number of amendments at consideration stage, however complex that made working our way through the debate and votes at that stage, it does not mean we should have a somewhat simpler task ahead of us today. Before I start on the amendments, I will again give a quick word of thanks to the departmental officials for all of their help throughout the various stages, the Bill Office officials and the Communities Committee team. The good working relationship and established from the outset between these teams have paid dividends in getting through to this stage as smoothly as possible. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, moving on to the amendments before us today. At our meeting on the 17th of June, members considered a detailed paper from the Department outlining all the Minister's amendments and the need for them. The committee was content with the Minister's proposed amendments in Group 1. They do not reverse the decisions of the House agreed at consideration stage, but seek to refine those clauses which do stand part of the bill to ensure that they are both legally effective and practically possible to implement. The remaining amendments seek to improve the drafting of clauses and ensure their enforceability. With regard to Clause 9, the inclusion of cinemas, the House will recall from my speech at consideration stage that the committee had in fact requested the Minister consider including cinemas in the list of places of public entertainment. However, in the end, the committee position had been to support the Minister's proposal to conduct a public consultation first and make regulations in the autumn. We had fully expected a member to bring an amendment at consideration stage, and the House voted to include cinemas, which is now done in Clause 9 of the bill. The committee supports the Minister's amendments 1 to 3, which now improve the drafting of Clause 9 regarding cinemas and ensure its enforceability. The committee supports Amendment 4, which makes an insertion into Clause 10, licence for off-sales local producers, to clarify that the general prohibition on selling alcoholic drinks for consumption on the premises does not apply to those local producers which have a suitability order and authorisation to do so. The committee supports Amendments 5 to 8 for Clause 11, sales and consumption in local producers' premises. Amendment 5 moves what was Clause 12 into Clause 11 and ensures that the committee's policy intent regarding the use of occasional licences in tap rooms is clear. Amendment 6 corrects references in the clause, and Amendments 7 and 8 are indeed as a result of the new Article 52E, which allows for tap rooms and to ensure consistency with the licensing order regarding prohibited of consumption outside the area which has been licensed and relates to the protection of young people respectively. The committee supports Amendment 9, which removes Clause 12 as Amendment 6 was brought into Clause 11. The committee supports Amendment 10, 11 and 17 as they are technical amendments and or improve the drafting of Clauses 15, 20, 23 and 26. With regard to Amendment 18 to Clause 34, increasing the number of authorisations for special occasions, the committee supports the need for this amendment as identified by one of our committee members, Andy Allen MLA, who spotted the lack of a regulatory making power to amend the number of late-night authorisations for registered clubs, as is the case with licensed premises. The Department advised the Committee that this was an oversight and will now be rectified. The Committee supports Amendment 19 to Clause 37 as a technical amendment which clarifies a reference to the Registration of Clubs Order 1996. The Committee supports the technical Amendment 23 to Clause 48, commencement and short title, and also supports Amendment 24 to Schedule 1, which seeks to clarify a concern raised by Rachel Woods that the policy intent that the sale of alcoholic drinks under a local producer's licence is ancillary to the main business of the premises was not clear enough. Amendment 24 is technical in nature and seeks to clarify this. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that concludes my comments on Group 1 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Sinead Ennis.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. It is good to be back on the floor debating this really important and much anticipated, it has to be said, piece of legislation further. It was clear from the previous stage and the lengthy debate that was had only a few weeks ago how important this legislation will be for our hospitality and tourism sectors in the north. Throughout the course of the passage of this bill, both committee stage and on the floor here of the Assembly, I have outlined the reasons why I think this bill is so important. I'm not going to go over all those points now, you'd be glad to know, but I think it is important to mention that through this bill, it will play a major role in allowing our hospitality and tourism sectors to flourish, and it will also help their post-COVID recovery as well. The debate and the nature of the debate illustrated that the majority of this House is on the same page when it comes to modernising our out-of-date liquor licensing legislation. This will bring the North into line with other jurisdictions and ensure that it is no longer the poor relation in terms of modernity of our liquor licensing laws. There are opportunities that will arise from the introduction of this bill. They will be huge in terms of as I've said, hospitality and tourism, but there also is the potential for job creation as well within many sectors. Listening and engaging with the public and the hospitality and tourism sector from the last consideration stage of the bill, they are excited and they're eagerly awaiting the introduction of this bill. They feel it will be a crucial piece of the jigsaw in terms of their COVID recovery. Pubs and clubs have been closed for a long period of time. The introduction of this bill will give them the mechanisms they need, as I said, to recover from the effects of the pandemic, and will also give them the modernity that they have been crying out for. The further amendments that have been accepted to be debated at this further consideration stage are just as important as the many that we debated in the previous consideration stage. Many of them are technical, but they are technical amendments that will further strengthen specific clauses. 24 amendments being accepted to be debated, and again this highlights the importance of this legislation to this Assembly. Amendments 1 and 3 around Clause 9 relating to cinemas will significantly increase its enforceability. We welcome the Minister's amendments around this clause, and this will allow people to consume alcohol at cinemas, but it will also ensure that there are strict regulations around this. Amendments 7 and 8 are amendments around tap rooms, which there was a lengthy debate around just a couple of weeks ago. These amendments are the result of a new Article 52E, which was included within the clause. These amendments will ensure consistency with the licensing order and the protection of young people. Amendment 8 means that if a taproom has children in it, they must be seated at a table away from the bar and be off the premises by 9 p.m. We welcome these amendments from the Minister and we will be supporting them. In regards to Amendment 11 of Clause 20, the prohibition of loyalty schemes, this amendment simply improves the drafting of the clause and makes it clear, and again we welcome this as it removes any uncertainty around this clause. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, today is another important step closer to seeing this bill introduced, and the positive impact that it will have on our hospitality and tourism sector really can't be overstated. Mr. Speaker, with that said, Principal Deputy Speaker, I'll draw my remarks to close on Group 1 amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mark Durkin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Could I first of all declare an interest, and then I suppose just to state that the overhaul of our archaic and very restrictive licensing laws is long overdue, and I'm sure I'm not the only one here today who's so excited and happy to see a finish line now in sight to this piece of legislation. The committee have been painstaking in our consideration of this issue. I'd like to commend the Minister in terms of what the amendments she has brought forward here, like I say, committee have worked very well together on this, and we've been ably and very patiently supported by both departmental officials and Bill's office staff. With regards to today's amendments, previous speakers have outlined the rationale behind them. They're technical in nature, tidying up bits here and there and ironing out any glitches in the legislation. So we'll be supporting all these amendments in Group 1. My colleague from South Belfast will speak more extensively on Group 2, hopefully not as extensively as he did at the last stage. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister and to her team and to On the Bill's office for bringing us this far. We certainly are, as Mr Durkin has said, very close to the end line on this huge piece of legislation that has been many years, not in the making, but certainly in the waiting for it. As the Minister has said, much of what has been brought forward in these amendments in Group 1 are technical, and thank you very much to her team for making them so. It certainly brings forward the additional pieces that the committee had wanted, and we were glad to work with her on that. The only thing I would say is I am going to be calling against Amendment 5. Having spoken to a number of our taproom owners, or people who would like to be taproom owners, they have said that not only are they not able to have additional days or additional hours, but being banned or excluded from being able to access occasional licences brought forward even by a partner pub that they work with means that it makes life extremely difficult for them. Indeed, later in Group 2 I'll talk about the review that I would like to come forward, because I've been told by the local producers that the likelihood of anyone applying for a tap room under 52E is very unlikely, just because of the restrictions that are placed on them. So unfortunately, someone else here has already mentioned about the poor relations. I do believe that our local producers, while they have the opportunity to develop and to extend certainly our food and drink tourism market, unfortunately the restrictions on them, I will indeed.
The member notes, I'm sure the member will note the important inclusion of the secondary legislation making powers that the Minister holds in relation to tap rooms, and hopefully through the various reviews that the Minister will be able to see that there is potentially an undue impact on the sector, and by way of regulation she will be able to bring forward additional days.
I thank the member for that, and I certainly hope that will be the case, because limiting our tap rooms to possibly 2 days a week over the period of a year with only 6 hours a day, as I said in the last stage, 12 hours doesn't really make it feasible for people to go to work there, or for the tap rooms to actually cover the costs of fitting out what is a place that alcohol will be consumed. So unfortunately, to all in this room and to the Principal Deputy Speaker, I will be going against Amendment number 5. I know that Amendment 9 is consequential to Amendment 5. I very much expect I will be a lone voice in this House, but I do think that taking the opportunity for a tap room to even have the use of an occasional licence brought forward by a partner pub is something that just goes beyond the pale and leaves them as the poor relations in this sector. Thank you.
Thank you, members. As it's 4 minutes to 2 and questions to the Minister for Justice is due to commence at 2 o'clock, could I suggest the House take its ease? When we return to this business, the next speaker will be Ms Rachel Woods. So members should just take their ease. Thank you.
Order, members. It is now time for questions to the Minister for Justice. And can advise members that question 13 has been withdrawn. I call Christopher Stilford.
Question number 1, sir.
In the period 2018 to 2020, there were 153 convictions at courts for offences under animal welfare legislation. This total relates to 68 convictions in 2018, 50 convictions in 2019 and 35 convictions at courts in 2020. All animal welfare matters, including the creation of offences and penalties in legislation for abuse of animals and their enforcement, are the policy and legislative responsibility of the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs under the Welfare of Animals Act, Northern Ireland 2011. You may, however, be interested to know that I recently met with Minister Poots to discuss proposals for the creation of a register of those banned from owning animals. Whilst any policy decision regarding the creation of a register of those convicted of animal cruelty is purely the responsibility for DAERA, I have agreed that my officials will provide advice with respect to the management of criminal records in order to assist with this work.
I call Christopher Stilton.
Thank you. And the Minister had the prescience to anticipate where I was going with this, and I congratulate her on that. Would she agree with me that it is essential that progress is made between the Department for Justice and the Department for Environment, Agriculture and Rural Affairs in terms of bringing in such a register, because it is essential that people who are cruel to animals are prevented from owning them?
It is indeed important that those who are found guilty of serious animal cruelty offences are prevented from owning animals. The difficulty, of course, with the register are issues around GDPR and access to criminal record information, and I believe that my department is in a good position to be able to advise the Department of Agriculture in terms of how they can access those records in a meaningful way, depending, of course, on their ultimate use, because that will determine the level of access to which they're entitled.
I call Declan McAleer.
The Minister may be aware that last month the DAERA Minister indicated that he was considering an establishment an animal cruelty register, an island-wide register of people who were cruel or convicted of having cruelty to animals. Is the Minister any aware of this, and has she any update on the progress of this? Thank you.
Well, with respect to doing so on an island-wide basis, the member will obviously be aware of the complexities in terms of sharing criminal record information on a cross-jurisdictional basis. However, this is another area that the Department will be able to assist the Department for Agriculture with respect to in terms of how that would be taken forward. How the register itself would be constructed and with whom it would be shared and for what purpose are decisions that would need to be taken by the Department for Agriculture and by the Minister. However, we would be able to give assistance and guidance in terms of the parameters which would have to be met in terms of that sharing to ensure that it can be legally actioned.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And Minister, this is just a follow-on from that question. I'm wondering, has there been any conversation between your ministry and the DAERA Minister and perhaps the Minister in the Republic of Ireland in relation to justice and the cruelty to animals and the register?
Well, I have met with the DAERA Minister personally. I'm not aware whether the DAERA Minister has had any discussions with his counterpart in the Republic, but certainly from my perspective, if we arrive at a point where DAERA wish to share that information on a cross-jurisdictional basis, we would obviously want to provide them with the legal guidance in respect of how that data could be shared and with whom.
Moving on, I call Kelly Armstrong.
Question number 2.
As I previously announced, I intend to strengthen the current law on abuse of positions of trust by extending its scope beyond those responsible for our young people within the statutory sector. This should be achieved through an amendment of the Justice Bill during the course of its passage in the Assembly later this year. While I'm very conscious that there has been a particular focus on the risk posed in sport and religious sectors, I am mindful that predatory behaviour can occur in other environments where an adult has significant influence or power over a young person in their care. I am therefore committed to ensuring that any legislative change is as robust as possible and offers protections where they are needed. That said, it is imperative that the law can withstand scrutiny and challenge in the courts to ensure that there is also no wiggle room for offenders. Similarly, I do not want to criminalise people inappropriately. It is crucial that the legal definition that applies in law strikes a proportionate balance. We need to ensure that in protecting our young people, we also respect their rights to engage in a healthy sexual relationship where they wish to do so. Turning to the Justice Bill, the draft bill has been ready to go forward since early May. However, my attempts to include approval of the bill's introduction on the Executive's agenda at every meeting since the 6th of May have been unsuccessful, and the Executive has still to approve its introduction. I'm greatly concerned, Mr Speaker, that this inexplicable and continuing delay is making it increasingly problematic for the bill to be progressed through its necessary assembly stages to royal assent within the current mandate. I remain hopeful that good sense and responsible stewardship will, even at this very late stage, enable me to introduce the bill and secure its passage in the remainder of this mandate. However, we are rapidly approaching a point of no return. If the bill cannot be progressed within this current mandate, I will ensure that my department takes the necessary steps for inclusion of the abuse of trust provisions in a suitable legislative vehicle early in the next mandate.
I could have Kelly Armstrong for supplementary.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Minister, thank you very much for your commitment on this. Sexual abuse of young people in any format is abhorrent. I'm very concerned by what you've just said about the Justice Bill being held up. Do you have any deadlines by which it does need to be presented? Otherwise, that's it killed off for this mandate.
Well, Mr Deputy Speaker, that deadline has effectively already passed. In order to introduce the bill, we would have needed approval for that a number of weeks ago, and that would have given the Speaker's office the customary 2 weeks in order to review the legislation and ensure its competence, to arrange with the Business Committee for the tabling of the introduction of the bill, to allow a 2-week gap between that and the second reading, so that the Department could fully brief the committee between the 2 stages, and then subsequently to allow the committee to do a call for evidence, hopefully over the summer, to allow it to proceed. That can, of course, be truncated, Mr Deputy Speaker, with the goodwill of the Speaker. It may be possible to do the review of that legislation more quickly. With the goodwill of the committee, it may be possible to do the call for evidence prior to the second reading. That would be unusual, but not impossible. But we are now essentially relying on people's goodwill rather than good procedure, and I think that is a shame. The drafting of the bill was complete at the end of March. I initially issued an executive paper to seek approval for introduction on the 27th of April. The bill content, which, as you know, includes important provisions to protect women and children from serious sexual offences, sexual exploitation and a number of other important matters, was agreed with the Executive Committee in November 2020.
I call Nicola Brogan.
And I thank the Minister for her answer so far, and I share her concerns around the delays to the Justice Bill by some parties within the Executive. The delays really are inexcusable, and it raises concerns for our children and young people that they are still at risk and will remain at risk of grooming and sexual abuse when there are no adequate protections. So can the Minister outline potential implications if legislation isn't passed within this mandate, please?
Well, the member will be aware that if the legislation isn't passed within this mandate, the current arrangements for protection still apply. So it is not that people will have no protection from such offences, but it does limit those protections to those working within the statutory sector, and therefore those working within the voluntary sector would not be covered. There are a number of areas of the bill which I think are incredibly important in terms of public protection. All of the content of the bill, as presented for introduction, was subject to appropriate consultation. No new content has been added in advance of introduction. I've written to my executive colleagues on 6 separate occasions to stress the importance of this bill and sought to get the bill onto the executive agenda for a decision on each of the executive's meetings since the 6th of May. In the most recent letter, I have confirmed, by way of at least 3 ministers requesting that an item be tabled, that we had at least 3 ministers. Indeed, we had all ministers, bar those in the DUP.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, following on from your answers, and whilst I appreciate this is not a solution in itself, have you given any consideration to the development of a guidance document for those who are helping in out-of-school settings, and that they can engage in best practice for helping those children in their care?
The preparation of guidance documents with respect to safeguarding would be a matter for the Department of Health, but the law with respect to abuse of trust provisions would fall to the Department of Justice. So obviously, in the absence of any developments with the Justice Bill, we would then look for other departments to provide interim measures, but guidance is not law, and therefore those who breach the guidance would be subject only to a breach of guidance and not to having broken the law or be accessible to any criminal penalties.
And could we have Cara Hunter onto our screens?
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 3, please, Minister.
I recognise the devastating consequences which can be caused when a person falls victim to any scam, including telephone scams, where nearly a third of all fraud is committed over the phone. Telephone scams were recently highlighted as the type of scam requiring the least amount of effort by fraudsters. A scam can have a devastating financial and emotional impact, especially so over this past year, when some are on a limited or fixed income and are also perhaps in a more vulnerable position. My department works to tackle the threat of scams through its membership of the Scamwise Northern Ireland Partnership, which is chaired by the PSNI. The partnership has over 45 partners who work collaboratively to raise awareness of a number of key types of scams, including telephone scams. Key partners include the Northern Ireland Policing Board, Trading Standards Northern Ireland, the Consumer Council, the Commissioner for Older People, representatives from the retail and banking sector, including Royal Mail and the Post Office, and a number of faith and youth groups. I'm pleased that Ofcom, the communications regulator, joined the Scamwise partnership at the start of this year and will assist the partnership and work more closely with mobile phone network operators and internet providers to help prevent scams.
I call Ciara Hunter for supplementary. Technology may have let us down. Perhaps we'll go on to another supplementary and we can come back to Ciara if we make contact again. I call Gemma Dolan.
Last Concordia, and I thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, it's really concerning the telephone fraudsters pose as police officers this year, on over more than 300 occasions. Have you engaged directly with the Commissioner for Older People to try and support the older population to increase awareness of and help prevent these sophisticated scams?
As I referred in my original answer, the PSNI and the Commission for Older People are 2 of the members of the Scamwise Partnership. In order to help tackle and raise awareness of scams, a series of books has been developed by the partnership: the Little Book of Big Scams, the Little Book of Cyber Scams, and the Little Booklet of Phone Scams. They're free and downloadable and hard copy books to provide comprehensive guides on how scams operate, how people can fall victim to fraudsters, and most importantly, how people can protect themselves and spot scams. In relation to telephone scams, the Little Booklet of Phone Scams gives 11 pages of advice on how to both spot and stop a telephone scam, including fraudsters' tactics, which can include disguising their phone number to make it look like a genuine one. The partner has also developed a series of short video clips to give social media users key advice on top tips and on scams, including telephone scams. These clips have been rolled out across PSNI, Scamwise and NI Direct social media platforms, as well as shared with other Scamwise partners, including the Office of the Commissioner for Older People.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I welcome the answers so far given by the Minister, and particularly the work that is happening internal to Northern Ireland. But quite a lot of these scams will involve people purporting, both from a telephone point of view and a written point of view, purporting to represent national UK-wide agencies such as HMRC or DVLA. Could the Minister perhaps outline what steps are being taken on a cross-jurisdictional basis to cooperate to try to combat these scams?
The member is of course right, and I think HMRC-style scams are some of the most obvious, but banking scams as well, where people will text you and ask you to return details of your account, your passwords and so on, are increasingly common and actually increasingly elaborate. I spoke to someone recently who worked in IT, and as a test, their own department had sent out a fake scam to test them after training, and a number of IT professionals fell foul of the scam, so it shows how sophisticated some of these scams can be. I think working through particularly the offices of the Communications Ombudsman is important, because I think that that is a UK-wide body which will actually keep pace with both the scams that are operating locally, but also those national and indeed international level scams, because some of these text messages, whilst they look like they come from UK numbers, are often generated well outside the UK and its jurisdictions, and therefore it is an important step forward that we are now in a position to to have the Ofcom representatives on our Scamwise partnership to be able to inform us how to deal particularly with that cyber threat.
We've been unable to resume our link with Cara Hunter, so we will have to move on. I call Emma Sheeran.
I get last Concordia Cash ever Carla the whole question number 4, please.
The EU settlement scheme is not the responsibility of the Department of Justice, but is a UK-wide scheme managed by the Home Office. The scheme applies to all, regardless of whether they are a victim of crime or not. However, separately, my department does provide contracted support for adult potential victims of modern slavery and human trafficking, in line with Section 18 of the Human Trafficking and Exploitation, Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2015. As well as providing safe and secure accommodation, the support providers ensure the potential victims receive assistance in obtaining legal advice or representation and are signposted to information on matters that are relevant to the individual's circumstances. This would include advice on applications to the EU settlement scheme where appropriate. Decisions around leave to remain are not a devolved matter. I understand that the Home Office published updated guidance in December 2020 for its staff on circumstances in which it may be appropriate to grant discretionary leave to remain to confirm victims of modern slavery and human trafficking. This guidance clarifies that EEA nationals who are confirmed victims of modern slavery will automatically be considered for a grant of discretionary leave in the same way as EEA non-nationals. I am aware that a range of steps has also been undertaken to raise awareness of the EU settlement scheme through public and social media, such as campaigns by Citizens Advice. There are 2 organisations in Northern Ireland, Advice NI and the Stronger Together EU Settlement Scheme Support Project, which can provide free confidential advice and support, including immigration advice and practical help and support, including interpreting services, and that includes an EU settlement scheme helpline to provide support on completing applications. I remain committed to supporting victims and improving their experience of the criminal justice system. My department provides funding of €2.3 million for support services for victims and witnesses of crime. These services, which are delivered by Victim Support Northern Ireland and the NSPCC, ensure that victims and witnesses receive information, emotional support, advocacy, assistance with compensation and support at court. VSNI have, through social media, announced a call to action to the EU settlement scheme, providing a link to the Migrant Centre NI, who in conjunction with Advice NI can provide support to vulnerable EU citizens who need additional help when applying for their immigration status through the Home Office EU Settlement Scheme portal.
Can I remind the Minister it's 2 minutes for an answer, but she can request an extra minute if she feels she needs it in particular. I call Emma Sheeran for supplementary.
Minister, thank you for your comprehensive answer. And obviously you've referred to the fact there that the scheme deadline is the 30th of June, and we know from engagement with groups that a vast number of people who require application to the scheme to secure their future here haven't yet applied. Can you advise if your department will be doing anything to support people who haven't been represented in that, and if there is circumstances in which people will be able to make a late representation, that you'll be representing them on their behalf?
Well, as I said at the outset, it isn't the responsibility of the Department of Justice to do so, but we do, where we have the opportunity to engage with victims of crime, provide them with the opportunity to be able to do so. And I have to say also, Mr Deputy Speaker, for those within the justice system, so for example those within our prisons or those who are on probation, and we have made arrangements in order that those who wish to be resettled, including, for example, remand prisoners who at the minute have not been found guilty of any crime but may find themselves in difficult circumstances and being able to apply for settled status, so that they have access to the information and the ability to make applications. Further complication, of course, which has been noted, is that many parents were unaware that they had to make separate applications for their children in addition to their own application, and so that is something that we are seeking to raise awareness of. But it is primarily an issue for other departments as opposed to the Department of Justice, though where we can help, we will.
I call Colin McGrath.
Deputy Speaker, and as the Minister is correct that it's not her department's responsibility for this, it is in fact everybody's responsibility, because what we're actually doing here is trying to make people that live here and have called it their home, sometimes up to 40 and 50 years, to make sure that they avail of all the proper services. You've mentioned that your department did do some work in trying to signpost people. Could you detail further just what that work was and how successful it was?
Well, having been scolded by the Speaker already in terms of the length and breadth of my original answer, I'm not going to risk his wrath by repeating it all, but there was quite a lot of detail in the answer I would ask you to reflect on after this, and to say that we have also done considerable work in terms of working, for example, with prisoners who will often not have access to documentation, not be able to hang on a phone line for sometimes up to 3 days it can take to get through to an advisor, and also may not have access to English and therefore need a translator also available to them. These are obstacles that are being placed in the way of people who would otherwise be able to remain. And so I think it is important to note that we have also asked that the scheme be extended to give people good time in which to make their applications.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. As we all know, there's only 9 days left of the EUSS scheme for people to apply. You've already mentioned that you have made or you've provided support for those in prison or probation making application under the EUSS. Could I just ask you, of that type of support, you've mentioned translators and so on, have you been able to use any of our local advice services on that? And is there anyone else left within your system that you have control over that can apply, has now applied?
Well, we have continued to raise this with a number of organisations, and indeed a number of organisations like NIACRO and others have raised it with us because of their concern. I mean, you'll appreciate that this is all done by smartphone. Prisoners haven't got access to smartphones. They aren't in a position often to have the documentation that would be required or access to be able to receive it. We had permission from the Home Office. We sought and gained permission quite a number of months ago to access paper schemes so that people would be able to apply on paper. Then the paper documentation never was actually released, despite the fact they'd agreed to do so. I think it may now have been released, but it certainly wasn't available the last time I sought an update. And there is also the issue of being able to get advice from a caller, that you would be able to ring a number and know that you could speak to someone who could help. Because it is frustrating enough, Mr Deputy Speaker, if you're phoning up from home trying to get through to an advice service. It is more frustrating when your telephone time is limited and you're not in a position to make repeated calls, or you have an interpreter sitting there ready to answer questions and assist you, who won't be there the next time you call, for you to be left hanging without the ability to make an application. These are very complex issues. There are a number of organisations that are funded specifically to offer that advice, and so we direct people towards them in order to get assistance.
Moving on, I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you. Question 4, Minister. Or question 5, sorry.
While my department has overall responsibility for the implementation of the Gillen Review, the recommendations represent a transformational programme of significant reform that requires collaboration and coordination across ministerial departments, multiple sectors and partner organisations, and cannot be delivered by the Department of Justice alone. The provision of standardised effective RSE is an example of this, as it can only be delivered by the Education Minister and her department. You may therefore wish to seek an update from my ministerial colleague on the work her department is doing in that regard. It may be helpful to add, though, that I fully support Sir John Gillen's recommendations and believe that consistent and uniform RSE is crucial to giving children and young people the information and tools they need to understand healthy relationships, make informed decisions and protect themselves. Effective RSE will also contribute to reducing the risk of them becoming offenders. It is for that reason I met with the former Education Minister, who I'm pleased to see is now on the backbenches, but also, more importantly, on my committee. And he and I had discussions around how to take the planned work forward in terms of improving the provision of RSE on our schools. Minister Weir gave a commitment that his department would lead cross-sectoral work to look at improving the provision of RSE, including a review of the minimum content order. I'm pleased the working group has now been established and my department has arranged workshops to enable officials from the Department of Education to engage with the views of stakeholders, including Nexus, Women's Aid, NSPCC, Queen's University, Carafriend, Common Youth, CCEA and the Health Trusts. The Department of Education will be considering these discussions and they will advise on next steps. I understand that any changes to the minimum content order will require legislation, which will not be progressed in this mandate. However, I believe there is other work that can be taken forward in the interim. I will continue to press for positive change and hope to discuss progress with the new Minister for Education in due course.
Call Sinead McLaughlin for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Minister, for your answer there. And this is an example of where departments must work together for the appropriate outcomes. And I think all ministers want our young people to have and receive comprehensive training and education around relationships and sex education. In relation to your discussions with the previous minister, have you confirmed a timeline when you believe that this could be run out into all of our schools?
As I indicated, the issue would require, in terms of the minimum content order, which was the most recent discussions that we had, would require legislation, and it is unlikely that that would be able to be brought forward in this mandate given the short time available and the need to consult with education stakeholders specifically on any proposed changes. However, as I said, there are other things that can be done short of the minimum content order being changed that would allow, for example, improved CCEA review of RSE education, which I believe is already underway, if not complete. I'm looking to the former minister for some assent, but he's given me nothing. So I'm going to assume that I'm not misspeaking, but I understand that there was a review underway. And so I would be hopeful that in the interim, certainly those schools who wish to advance RSE education would be able to do so. But it is important because these are life skills. It is important for young people to be able to protect themselves, both from offending but also from being victims of sexual crime.
I call Linda Dillon.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far, and to Sinead McLaughlin for bringing this question, because it is vitally important. And whilst I understand that it is cross-cutting, exactly what Sinead said is right. This is a perfect example of where we need departments to work together. Could the Minister give us an update in relation to Operation Encompass, because obviously sexual education is extremely important and I want to see it right across all schools, not just those that choose, but we also need to be sure that our children are protected when they're within school.
I could give the member an update on Operation Encompass, but I would have to do it via writing because I don't have an update to hand. However, I know that work in the department is well underway in terms of identifying where information should be shared, how that information can be shared legally and appropriately to ensure that if a young person has been subjected to an adverse incident which is reported to the police, that when they arrive at school, the school will at least be aware that they have had that experience since their last time in school and will be able to respond appropriately and offer the right support.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for answers so far. And can I ask the Minister if she's got any commitment from the new Minister of Education that this work will continue within her department on changes to the minimum content order, given comprehensive RSE's incredible importance, and if she would support the pooling of budgets to enable this work to be done and facilitated as per the conditions in the Children's Services Cooperation Act?
With respect to the second part of the question, resources are being pooled. As I said, my own department has organised the workshops which have taken place this month, led by the Department of Education, to enable attendees to put forward suggested changes to the minimum content order in respect of RSE.
Obviously, DE will then collate that feedback from workshops and will be reporting back to the RSE subgroup of the main Gillen Education and Awareness Group. And I think it's important to note that we do work together on these issues. With respect to the new Minister and any personal commitment that she may have in this regard, it isn't something that I have had the opportunity yet to explore with her. But I would be hopeful that, given the direction of travel set by her colleague, that she would continue with this very important work.
That is the end of our period of time for listed questions, and we now move on to topical questions. And can advise members that question number 7 has been withdrawn. I call Patsy McGlone.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Will the Minister condemn with me the despicable comments from the unrepresentative Loyalist Communities Council that Irish ministers and officials weren't welcome in Northern Ireland?
I will absolutely condemn such remarks. I believe that they create a chilling and unhelpful atmosphere. I think that such threats, however thinly veiled, have no place in Northern Ireland and never have had. I think it is important that we recognise that Irish Government ministers have an important role to play in terms of us being able to cooperate and work together on an all-island basis to deliver better for people across this island and indeed throughout these islands, because they are also members of the British-Irish Council, and that is an important part of the work that we do as executive ministers. It is frankly, to me, remarkable that an unelected group would dare to suggest that elected representatives, either from this jurisdiction or any other, are unwelcome here. The only thing that is unwelcome in Northern Ireland is continued paramilitary influence in our communities.
Thanks very much, Minister, for your comments in that regard. Will the Minister agree with me that there have been a number of assessments by Chief Constables who have described the organisations which the LCC represents as organised crime groups?
Yes, that is the case, and we know that paramilitary gangs exploit and harm people and prey on the most vulnerable in our society. They may wish to portray themselves as defenders of their community, but it couldn't be further from the truth. There is an onus on all of us as political leaders to ensure that they are not legitimised and that we are actively working together to support communities and individuals who are vulnerable to their malign activities. Countering the enduring and pervasive nature of paramilitarism and organised crime structures in our society requires a long-term and genuinely collaborative approach across government, working closely with those in local communities. This is an approach that's at the heart of the cross-executive programme, which has seen government departments, statutory agencies and voluntary community groups working together to address the harm caused by paramilitarism and build safer communities resilient to the effects of paramilitary activity.
Moving on, I call Paula Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, can I just ask you if you have any plans or what your department might be doing to try and prevent the likes of scams, especially amongst our most vulnerable within our community, the elderly, for example?
As I said in answer to an earlier question, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Department is part of the Scamwise Partnership NI, where we work with people right across the broad spectrum of both communications, so for example Royal Mail, Post Office, with Ofcom, with the PSNI and with people from the age sector and others who come together in order to try to advise and provide information for those who may be vulnerable to scams as to how those scams might appear to them, how they should respond to them and who they should report them to. It is hugely important at this time that people are aware of the risk of scams and how sophisticated some of those scams are. I mean, they are truly incredibly sophisticated. You get them by your email, you get them by your phone, and to all intents and purposes, they look like standard emails and texts from any normal business. Very convincing, very dangerous, and people lose sometimes all of their money believing that they've been contacted by a bank, only to find out they've given their password and details to someone who has emptied their account. I would appeal to people, if you get a text message unsolicited or an email message unsolicited from any statutory agency or from any government body, do not respond with any details, do not reply, contact the agency directly yourself on their registered number and don't go back through that email, because undoubtedly in most of those cases it will be a scam.
I call Paula Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer thus far. Minister, just again, is there any campaigns or anything that we can run here specific to Northern Ireland, especially for elderly? I have a mother who gets calls constantly from Amazon or Netflix to say that her account has been compromised. She doesn't have an Amazon account or a Netflix, but phones me in absolute panic after receiving these calls, plus many others. So it's just, is there any sort of campaign that we can be part of, a national campaign or one specific to Northern Ireland that you maybe plan?
Scamwise Partnership has ongoing campaigns and ongoing materials that are available. I spoke earlier about the little books of different types of scams which give people background information, and those are accessible both online and in hard copy for people who perhaps aren't as technically efficient in terms of being able to download them themselves. So there is a lot of material out there, and I know the Scamwise Partnership themselves have run a number of public awareness campaigns. I haven't got an update on the next campaign that's due to come forward, but happy to provide that in writing to the member afterwards.
Daniel McCrossan is not in his place. I call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And I think some of these matters were touched on earlier, though they're worth, in my opinion, revisiting because of the importance of the matters. Can I ask Deputy Speaker the Minister for an update on legislation and progress of legislation in relation to victims of trafficking and exploitation?
Well, the member is of course right that these issues have been touched on already. Perhaps if I provide an overview of the legislative programme and where it sits. The Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act passed into law in January, and thanks to the work of the Justice Committee and my own department, we now have much more robust laws around coercive control in particular and domestic abuse. The committee are currently dealing with 3 pieces of legislation: committal reform, which will do 2 things: speed up justice and prevent victims from having to give evidence twice in court. And that is something that I think is very important and that we're very keen to move forward with. They're also dealing with the personal injury discount rate bill, which is going through the committee at the moment, which will essentially work out how in future we will calculate personal injury claims to ensure that the person receives 100% compensation. And further, they have the stalking bill, which they're looking at the moment as well, which is in front of the committee. And then finally, there is the Justice Bill, which is still, as I explained earlier, sitting in executive, now running to 7 weeks. The reality, Mr Deputy Speaker, is that the fragility of these institutions could scupper all of those pieces of legislation, those last 4 pieces. Because if they're not passed and receive royal assent prior to this place keeling over, all of the work done by the committee, all of the work done by the department, all of the expectations of the public around these serious public protection issues will be dashed. I would ask members to reflect on that as they make decisions over the coming days.
I call John Blair for a supplementary.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for the answer. And could I ask, quite separate to the legislative process, is it the case also, can the Minister confirm that there be potentially major negative impact for victims of crime if this legislation is not to proceed with some haste?
Absolutely. Members of the committee who are in the chamber at the moment will be aware that one of the major issues in the Justice Bill is that we will be providing special measures for those who are complainants in serious sexual offence cases. We will also be legislating to permit protections for defendants in those same cases, and for many of the recommendations of Sir John Gillen's review to ensure that people who are subject to serious sexual offences are not re-traumatised on their way through the system. The Committal Reform Bill similarly follows up on recommendations from a number of organisations that say committal reform needs to take place, both in terms of the speed of justice and also in terms of the risk of victims and witnesses becoming subject to intimidation when they actually go forward to make complaints and to follow cases. And we know the attrition rates in serious sexual offences are significant. It also deals with child sexual exploitation, and so it will leave a very vulnerable group of young people even more vulnerable. And as I spoke to earlier, it will also prevent us being able to move forward on abuse of trust legislation in those areas outside statutory provision. But it isn't, of course, only legislation. Members are well aware, and I'm on the record in this House, of saying that I want to develop a Victims of Crime Commissioner. I want that person to be in post designate by the end of this year.
There's a lot of work to do for that to be possible. It will require the cooperation again of the Assembly Committee, and it will require us then to also develop a legislative footing on which to place that Commissioner, which will hopefully pass in the next mandate. All of that work can be jeopardised unless we actually get down to doing the business we were elected to do.
I call Steve Aiken.
Can I thank the Minister for her comments so far? And I could also ask her thank her for agreeing to meet with me and other members of the All-Party Group on Ethnic Minorities tomorrow. And in advance of that meeting, could she outline the action she's taking to advance hate crimes legislation?
With respect to hate crimes legislation, there are a number of actions that we're taking in terms of bringing this forward. The member will be aware that we had the Marnin review. We have gone forward with that in the department, and I'm now awaiting the final report. And once we get that final report, I will then set out my intentions in terms of how we're going to take that forward. I'm aware, as he is, that there is a huge appetite for us to see improved laws on the issue of hate crime. It would be my intention that in the summer, when the legislative programme should open up slightly in terms of access to both drafting experience in the Department and the Office of Legislative Counsel, that we would commence drafting of a hate crimes bill, which would come forward at the start of the next mandate.
I call Steve Aiken.
And may I thank the Minister for her answer so far. Obviously, one of the things we're seeing at the moment is the delay in the Justice Bill going through at the moment, and she'll be fully aware of the current concerns, particularly amongst the new Northern Ireland, as I call them, the new Northern Irish people, who see very clearly that the concerns about hate crime legislation seems to be put back yet again. Is there any way that the Minister could see whether hate crimes legislation, which much of it is taken directly from other parts of the United Kingdom, could be put directly into the Justice Bill, even at this late stage, to enable this vital thing to be done?
Well, given that one of the rather weak excuses for not passing the Justice Bill through the Executive has been the fear that people would add to it, I'm not sure that would be a helpful solution. Whilst I understand that the member would wish to make haste on this issue, it is also not as simple as lifting legislation from elsewhere, because it has to interact with our own local human rights and equality legislation. It is also complex in that a number of the issues that have been recommended by Judge Marnin go well ahead of current policy. And so there would be a piece of policy development work and indeed public consultation required. For example, on the issue of misogyny, which is one of the areas that has been widely debated, should that be gender as a category of hate crime, or specifically misogyny, with trans issues as a separate kind of hate crime? Those are all issues which are not settled in the Marnin review, and they're issues on which we would have to seek public views as we develop policy. So there are elements of it that I think potentially are reasonably straightforward, but I would want to wait until I've seen the final report from my own officials in that respect to judge best how that can be taken forward. Personally, Mr Speaker, I think that in terms of giving leadership on this issue and in terms of ensuring coherence to policy, it is much preferable to bring forward legislation in a hate crimes bill, which actually covers all of those elements in one place. I think that's a much better way to do it in terms of ensuring that nothing falls through the cracks.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Speaker. Minister, you recently published a consultation analysis report for the establishment of a regional care and justice campus. Can you provide an updated timeline on the delivery of such a campus?
The work is ongoing between ourselves and Health, and we are making good progress. There are a number of issues that have been raised and will be raised in the consultation, which we will want obviously to look at very carefully. But working along with Minister Swan, I believe that we can make good progress in this regard. There are obviously genuine concerns around how this will be led and from which department, how the different departments will interact, but I think all of those are entirely resolvable in terms of working with the Department of Health. I think the most important thing is that we try to provide a therapeutic environment for young people, particularly those youngest and most vulnerable people who are guilty of offending, but nevertheless are also the subject to adverse childhood incidents. Many of the young people that come into the justice system, if they did not come through the justice system, would come to the society's attention through the care system. And so we need to have a standardised approach in terms of how we deal with adverse childhood incidents and the vulnerabilities of young people, rather than taking a criminally led approach.
Call Sinead Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, and thank you, Minister, for your response. And you rightly noted some of the concerns raised. One of those concerns was the risk associated with the approach for an integrated admissions process, and you do talk to that and talk about that you will set up a risk associated scheme. But I want to know who will be responsible for developing that model, who actually will be sitting down around a table to mitigate against those risks.
Health and justice officials.
And that is the end of our period of time of questions to the Minister for Justice. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before we progress to the next batch of questions. Order, members. It's now time for questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs, and I call Justin McNulty.
Question number 1. As Minister for the Department whose responsibilities are most affected by the implementation of the Northern Ireland Protocol, I am fully aware of the difficulties it is causing, especially the impact of additional new rules and barriers they place on the movements of goods, products and live animals from Great Britain to Northern Ireland, to which I am firmly opposed. I feel that those checks on an intra-UK moves are unnecessary and also totally unacceptable, as they place Northern Ireland businesses and consumers in an unfavourable position. While the current easements on the movements of goods from GB to NI are welcome, they are only interim solutions to the problems associated with the withdrawal agreement and the protocol. The situation will become impossible once the grace periods that are currently in place, primarily for retail goods, come to an end. The issue of the controlled stop to the contractors appointed to the design and build programme has triggered a compensation event. The review process for the compensation claims is ongoing, but DAERA have not formally issued with any verified costs until all claims have been submitted by contractors and reviewed in accordance with the contract. The additional cost to the Department cannot be confirmed.
I call Justin McNulty for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Minister, would you agree that the ports at this point just want certainty and clarity? And when will you say that that certainty and clarity will be forthcoming in terms of what their legal obligations will be? Well, I'd hope that we'll get that certainty and clarity over the course of the next number of weeks, because it is for the UK Government to make that decision. And the UK Government have been very well informed by the DUP ministers in the Executive, I assume by others, but certainly by the DUP ministers in the Executive, as to the issues, the complications, the problems that is coming about as a consequence of the protocol. The costs to businesses and therefore the cost to consumers, the constitutional impact, the democratic deficit that exists. Because I'm not sure of any other country in the world that has 26 other countries making the rules that are implemented in that country, and individuals in that country have no say over the rules that they're being asked to enforce. That's undemocratic. And the European Union, as I always thought, was an organisation which supported democracy. Therefore, the protocol is not something that we can move forward with.
I call Liz Kimmins.
And I disagree with the Minister that no one had any say, because the DUP have brought us to where we're at, and this is an outworking of Brexit. Can the Minister therefore give us an assurance that the work on the construction of the point of entry facilities will proceed without further unnecessary and politically motivated delay?
Well, the advice from the civil servants is that we can't proceed. And then once the civil servants arrive at some different conclusion, then that is a decision for the executive, not for me as Minister. So it is a controversial decision and therefore requires all of the executive support. So I can confirm that I won't be breaking the ministerial code by following your suggestions.
I call Jim Allister.
Does the Minister agree that the real and lasting cost of his implementation of the protocol is the distortion of trade arising from the intolerable impediments on trade within the United Kingdom? And the looming costs, which have yet to land, are of course arising from the EU diktat that the cost of all the checks must be passed on to business. Has that even been quantified? And how disastrous will that be?
Well, the costs that I have at the minute for government alone, which would then be supposed to be applied to business, would be around £25 million per annum. Now, the problem with that is not the costs for business, because businesses have to actually have people employed in producing these sheds and carrying out all of the background paperwork, and they have a whole series of work themselves to do, to the point where one of our leading retailers here, Marks and Spencer's, who declared losses this year, indicated a considerable apportionment of that loss was to do with the protocol and how it affected their supply of food to Northern Ireland. So we'll have a circumstance where, for example, we had 325 documentary checks a day here in Northern Ireland. In Rotterdam, the largest port in Europe, we had 125. That is how preposterous the imposition of the European Union has imposed upon Northern Ireland. And I explained how preposterous that was to Maros Sefcovic last Wednesday. And they seem to be hanging their hat on dealing with this by having the Swiss model, which I believe the Swiss may want out of, applied to all of the United Kingdom, which isn't going to happen in reality. So getting rid of the protocol is going to be the only solution for the people of Northern Ireland, and the government need to act.
Moving on, I call Matthew O'Toole.
Question number 2, Mr Deputy Speaker.
It is primarily a matter for the industry as to how they make best use of the current set of trading arrangements. Invest NI to continue to provide support to Northern Ireland exporters. I've been very clear in my view in discussions with Government that the protocol causes significant difficulties for Northern Ireland business because of the trade friction introduced on goods moving to GB to Northern Ireland. And as GB is our largest market for sale and supply of goods, we need frictionless trade with GB in both directions. Furthermore, we have to have a say in the agri-food regulations that impacts businesses and consumers in Northern Ireland.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, since the end of the Brexit transition period, food exports from Great Britain to the EU have fallen sharply. They've frequently been delayed and stuck in warehouses, with produce going out of date as quickly as the average DUP leadership. But exports from Northern Ireland going south and beyond into the wider EU market have shot up. Last week's statistics from the Central Statistics Office show exports from Northern Ireland doubling, Mr Deputy Speaker, by both volume and value. Meanwhile, food producers here have unfettered access into Britain. Minister, acknowledging we need to streamline east-west goods transit, why do you want to deprive our amazing food producers of one of the most advantageous export positions on the planet?
Because I have described the protocol before as something which gives us a win, in that we do get that export trade. But in exchange for that single goal that is scored, we're taking about 6 goals the other side on our imports. And the consequence of it, Mr Speaker, is that those businesses can't get the goods in to actually carry out their manufacturing process, without delays, without additional costs. It makes them more uncompetitive. So the delusion that it is a win-win circumstance is just that. It is an absolute delusion. We are taking a battering as a result of the protocol, and that battering is because of the imports and our reliance on over 50% of our imports coming from Great Britain being disproportionately affected. And if the member is operating under this delusion that whenever these grace periods ends, that having 15,000 checks per week at the ports in Northern Ireland is something which is positive for the people of Northern Ireland, then he really is living in cloud cuckoo land on this one.
I call Emma Sheeran.
I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. The European Commission have called for cattle farmers in the north to be included in the Irish grass-fed beef PGA application, a move that would help to ensure that Ireland is recognised as producing the most environmentally climate-friendly beef in the world. Minister, do you agree with me that this provides us with another important opportunity, and obviously we heard the good news today about Deal Farm that the protocol has brought, to mitigate the disastrous consequences of Brexit for our farmers, such as those included in the trade deal with Australia, which you obviously oppose?
Well, you see, the disastrous consequences are related to the protocol, not actually to Brexit. And the opportunities to sell food to our main market, GB, are actually stronger now as a consequence of Brexit. And because of the issues that will inevitably come about as it becomes more difficult for the EU to export goods to Great Britain, that creates an even better opportunity for us. And just remind members, the country that pays most for beef in the European Union is the United Kingdom. So, you can chase pots of gold at the end of rainbows elsewhere. I'd rather actually use the certain market that we actually have on our doorstep, that uses exactly the same standards as we do, has the same taxation system as we do, and has the same regulatory bodies as we do. And if we have got an excellent market there, why would I throw that away for the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow that Sinn Féin are trying to bluff the community exists?
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers thus far. Could I ask the Minister, while we have still to see the small print on the agreed Australian-UK trade deal, given the details that have been released, how beneficial might it be to Northern Ireland food producers?
It's probably not beneficial to Northern Ireland food producers, but more than likely is beneficial to other businesses and other industries. But for the Northern Ireland food producers, it'll be a challenge. But nonetheless, that is a challenge that we will have to rise to, and it is a challenge that is brought about as a consequence of the deal that has been done, and there will be more deals done. Let's be real. There will be more deals done with other countries, with the Mercosur countries, with North America and other places. Now, the attitude that the UK government have in terms of Australia is that Korea and China's demand for beef is of such significance and growing that there will be very little additional beef or lamb come from Australia to the UK. Now, that remains to be seen. The argument that I was making with them is that we have a vibrant rural community. We had a vibrant coal mining community in the United Kingdom, and we had a vibrant car making community in the United Kingdom. And the consequence of not looking after those industries led to estates where people had large spread unemployment and led to a degeneration in those areas. And I don't want that happening in our rural communities, and therefore I urged caution on the Australian trade deal.
Could I urge everyone to address the chair so that their comments are picked up with the microphones? And I now call Martina Anderson.
Question number 3.
Following the discovery of the illegal waste site at Muboi, the then Environment Minister Alex Attwood commissioned an independent report from Mr Chris Mills, the former Director of National Resource Wales Agency, to carry out a review of the waste disposal at the Muboi site and the lessons learned for future regulation of the waste industry. The Mills report presented 22 recommendations, 21 of which have been accepted and implemented by DAERA, formerly the DOE, with the aim of creating a waste sector in Northern Ireland that complies within the law, protects the environment and underpins resource efficiency. The full report is available on the DAERA webpage, and my department has put in place a range of legislative policy and process measures to ensure more effective regulation and enforcement to prevent illegal waste dumping. For example, there has been legislative amendments in the Waste Management Licensing Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2015 to tighten the requirements around the technical competence required by operators to hold a waste management licence and to expand the list of prescribed offences to be taken into account when determining whether someone is a fit and proper person to hold a waste management licence. The only outstanding recommendation from the Mills report is Recommendation 9, which relates to retrospective planning permissions, and that was transferred to DFI in 2015 along with the planning function.
I call Martina Anderson for supplementary.
Minister, as you know, it took 9 warning letters, 17 notices, 42 inspections before the entire site of Maboy was forcibly closed, and that was after 2 million tonnes of illegal waste was dumped there. So, Minister, given that the site is adjacent to the River Faughan, which is a major drinking water source, as you know, for Derry, when will you advance the public inquiry into the allegation that a blind eye was turned on that site into alleged criminal activity, given that this Assembly called for such a public inquiry 7 years ago?
Well, we have the Mills report, and that was a piece of work that was actioned by the then Minister to identify the issues, identify the problems, and also identify the solutions. We have followed the recommendations of that report, and my focus is on actually ensuring that we provide safety when it comes to the drinking water in the River Faughan. So there is testing is carried out on a weekly basis to ensure that the water quality remains good, and it does. And there's a course of work that we're looking at developing, which will ensure that the waste material that is there is made safe and made safe for generations to come. And that's where our focus should be, actually on taking actions which deliver something, as opposed to having, more and more retrospective looks at what went wrong. We never know what's went wrong. We never had a report identifying the problems. That's my focus is on actual delivery, not looking for what the problems were when we know what the problems were.
I call Mike Nesbitt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Grateful if the Minister could tell the House how many similar illegal dumps have been identified in recent years and whether any have led to successful prosecutions.
I haven't got the figure for how many similar illegal dumps were. There was none of the scale of this. Now, I do know that there was some 20 dumps whenever I was last Minister in 2010. There was 20 dumps then, which involved illegal waste that had came from across the border in the Republic of Ireland. And I engaged with the Irish Government Minister at that time, Eamon Ryan, and we formed an agreement to repatriate that waste. So I was somewhat shocked when I came back into office to find that only around half of that had been dealt with, and there were still about 10 sites where repatriation hadn't taken place 10 years later. So I believe that the Irish Government have a duty to honour the agreement that was made and repatriate waste that should never have been in Northern Ireland and put into illegal dumps in the first place because they weren't doing their job right. And if it isn't done, then it's a matter for us to raise with the European Commission.
I call Patsy McClone.
Thanks very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. Just as the Minister was touching on it there, his work with Minister Eamon Ryan, could the Minister update us on current collaborations between both jurisdictions, in particular the meetings that he has had with the current Minister in regard to cross-border waste crime? Thank you.
Well, there is an agreement between both ministers that it's unacceptable, and it would be unacceptable if waste is travelling from Northern Ireland to the Republic of Ireland as well. So there needs to be good information flows taking place, and if there's identification of that taking place, then we need to be cracking down on the individuals involved. Waste crime is a very lucrative business, and the people who engage in it are very often people who engage in criminality in general. Therefore, it is incumbent upon us to ensure that this element of criminality is something that we clamp down on, and that involves cooperation with our neighbours, and I'm very happy to cooperate with neighbours on things which are of mutual benefit.
Call John Blair.
Deputy Speaker, thank you. And can I say, in relation to pollution closer to home, it has emerged to me through written questions and other queries that the Environment Agency has taken Northern Ireland's sole water provider, Northern Ireland Water, to court 73 times since 2017 over pollution incidents. What urgent action, may I ask, has the Minister taken to ensure that that public body causes no further pollution instances in this jurisdiction?
The question is wide of the original question, but the Minister may wish to comment.
Well, I suspect that if you wanted to ensure that that's the case, you'd need to give Northern Ireland Water a few billion to spend on infrastructure, because that's the reality. For years, we didn't spend money on water and sewage infrastructure. Whenever the Troubles was going, we were paying for police officers overtime. We were paying for rebuilding buildings which had been blown up. And there was some investment in roads, there was some investment in schools, there was some investment in hospitals, but there was very, very little investment in water and infrastructure. So we have been left, I take this right back to the Troubles, we have been left with something as a consequence of the Troubles that is impacting our environment and is now impacting particularly young people who want to buy homes, in that a lot of towns that they would want to buy those homes in, they can't build the houses because there isn't infrastructure to support it.
Moving on, I call George Robinson.
Question 4, Mr Deputy Speaker.
250 DAERA staff were located in Ballykelly House when it opened in May 2018, and since then a further 87 DAERA staff have relocated to Ballykelly, bringing the total to 337. The Department also has plans to relocate a further 54 posts during the 2017-2022 mandate, which when filled would increase the staff complement to 391. The need to relocate these further posts will remain under review.
I call George Robinson for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his reply. Minister, the DAERA headquarters in Ballykelly, which I intensely lobbied for, is an impressive building. To use it to the greatest capacity is essential, but it also plays a significant economic role and job potential to Ballykelly and the wider North West area. So, Minister, will you undertake to optimise the use of the Ballykelly headquarters where possible?
Yes, we can do that, and that has been the case to this point. So it is operating well. It has good numbers operating in it, and we intend to utilise it fully. It is one of our more modern, environmentally friendly, economic buildings to run, because it is built to modern standards and specification. And that is certainly something that we will look at for other parts of the estate as well.
I call Karen Mullen.
Can the Minister outline what measures are in place to ensure that employees have the opportunity of relocating to Ballykelly?
Well, there's been an effort from the outset to ensure that employees did move to Ballykelly without forcing people to do it against their will. And that has proved very successful. As I indicated, the numbers is a demonstration of the success of it.
I call Rosemary Barton.
Thank you, Minister, for your answers so far. Minister, can you give me advice as to what the final number of posts that have been relocated to the forestry headquarters in Enniskillen are, and the final complement of staff in these posts in Enniskillen?
I haven't got the actual figure, but it is Forest Service headquarters now, and they have got a substantial cadre, certainly 3 figures of staff based at Enniskillen, and that again is something which I view very positively. A lot of our DAERA forestry would be in the west of Northern Ireland, so having the headquarters is absolutely rational.
And I call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker, and thank you very much, Minister. Minister, what preparations is your department making for alternative or flexible working arrangements, including working remotely post-COVID? And can you confirm what protections will be put in place for your staff to ensure that they don't suffer from living at work syndrome where their mental health is hindered because of the amount of pressure they have for working additional hours?
I would suggest that DARE was probably the most flexible department when it came to dealing with COVID and with identifying means of people working from home. We have a lot of experience because we had Ballycally and Klondike and Dundonald House and a whole series of buildings where we had the digital communication already in place. And we're very quick to ensure that people had the equipment to allow them to work from home. I do think that, with the double vaccination, for people in bars and restaurants and schools and other workplaces, I think that, getting people back into the civil service workplace is something that should be happening. It was raised at the last executive meeting. They're working pretty closely in conjunction with what is happening in Whitehall. But I do think that it is now time for a lot of people to be coming back to the offices again. And whilst working from home has worked to an extent, and going forward, there are lots of opportunities for working from home, which will be good for reducing our requirement for office buildings and reducing cost of travel and the impact on environment. Nonetheless, we need to ensure that we are getting maximum efficiency from our civil servants, and consequently, if that involves them coming into work, then that's where it should be, as opposed to be working from home in those circumstances where it's negative.
Moving on, I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Question 5, please.
Very pleased with the findings of the evaluation of the soil sampling pilot schemes which my department successfully piloted. The pilots include soil collection and analysis of over 3 water catchments, Upper Ban, Colebrook and Struel, and one open element that was available province-wide. In addition, LiDAR risk mapping was provided to farmers in Upper Ban and parts of Colebrook. The evaluation of the pilots highlighted a number of key findings, including that provision of individual field information for farmers helped to drive behaviour change in relation to nutrient management practices. Applying nutrients to meet crop need is a central tenet of why soil testing and nutrient management planning are important. Improved nutrient management can contribute to improved water quality and can also have economic benefits for farmers. I believe that an NI-wide programme could provide government with invaluable baseline information for prioritising future interventions. Collectively, the pilots constituted a publicly funded £2.261 million intervention, which were 1,613 farmers with fields spanning 49,711 hectares, had soil samples collected and analysed. These results from piloting approach are helping to inform future direction and policy development in relation to soil health and future farm support measures. Officials are therefore working on a business case for a potential NI-wide soil nutrient health scheme. The scheme would provide farmers with nutrient status of their fields, which would assist them to make best practice decisions with regard to nutrient requirements. A baseline in Northern Ireland soil status could then be used for spatial nutrient management, planning and to inform the development and implementation of future agri-support schemes.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank the Minister for his answer so far. I would also agree with the Minister that better soil and nutrient management is key to farmers, and obviously this pilot is a very important role in assessing the value of soil testing. Given obviously the need to increase farmers' bottom line and protecting the environment, Minister, what's the timeline to roll this out? Obviously you referred to the rest of Northern Ireland. What's your timeline on that?
Well, in terms of the soil evaluation, it is critically important, I believe, moving forward, if we are going to ensure that that we can meet the challenges for the environment and ensure that our water quality is as high as possible. And I know the member represents the Mid-Ulster area, which has a large swathe of Lough Neagh around it. And Lough Neagh has suffered from eutrophication as a consequence of phosphate runoff from the land. And therefore, farmers applying the appropriate amount of phosphate, whether that be through slurry or fertiliser, is something which is going to be of huge benefit, because that will be utilised on the land without the runoff ending up in the water, and they will still find optimum growth. So we're looking at a 5-year scheme, the cost of which would be £37 million, and we're currently working up the business case to ensure that we can move ahead with that as quickly as possible. I would hope to be able to do that, either start that later this financial year or certainly in the next financial year.
I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Minister, back in 2016, the Sustainable Agricultural Land Management Strategy report stated that 98% of Northern Ireland soils are inadequately analysed every year and 82% of soils were below optimum fertility. Have those statistics improved any since?
That's why it would have been great to have someone like me as Minister over the course of the last few years, as opposed to having the Assembly crashed and not operative, because those 3 years were wasted years. And that is the consequence of not having devolution, is that everybody suffers in Northern Ireland, including the environment.
I call Sean Lynch.
Minister, I want to welcome the result of soil sampling that showed that soil management has improved by 60%. Do you have the capacity and resources to continue with a catchment-based approach?
Well, we have the capacity in terms of the skills that exist to do this work. The resource is something which we will continue to work with the Department of Finance to provide. But I hear people talk a lot about the environment, and I hope that they will be as good at talking about the environment whenever this department is seeking money to protect the environment, and that they'll support the case that this department makes to the Department of Finance to achieve that.
And that is the end of our period of time for listed questions. We will be shortly moving on to topical questions, so just take our ease for a few moments. I now call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank you for your patience as I made my way quickly into the room as we try and play musical chairs with these restrictions. Can I ask the Minister, further to his answer to me earlier on, he said he acknowledged that there were wins for food producers in Northern Ireland in relation to the protocol, but he also said there were issues that need to be dealt with in terms of East-West movement. I agree on both of those things. Can I ask him, will he commit that if the European Commission and the UK can work together to mitigate movement of goods from east to west, he will ensure that we maximise opportunities under the protocol for our food producers?
Well, I think the fundamentals of the protocol relate to, number one, is it a democratic action? Does it change the Constitution? And it does change the Constitution. And therefore, if you want to change the Constitution, you should ask the people. So if the member is a Democrat, he will want to ensure with me that either the people are asked to support this protocol by referendum, or indeed that we will remove the protocol and find another means of doing things. And there are other means of doing things, and I've committed that I want to find a solution, and I believe that the solutions exist, and I put one to Maros Sefcovic last Wednesday, that I want to find a solution which will ensure that we protect the single market, that we will not have barriers on the island of Ireland, nor indeed will we have barriers in the Irish Sea. And all of those things are entirely achievable if the European Union wants to be entirely reasonable as opposed to being entirely unreasonable.
Call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Can I deduce from that the Minister believes that he would like Northern Ireland to continue to have, unlike Great Britain, unfettered access into the European single market, because the Minister acknowledges that that is a good thing. And while we're on, of course, democratic accountability and referendums, I'm duty-bound to point out that the people of Northern Ireland voted Remain. But would he agree with me that continued access to the EU single market for our food producers is a good thing?
Therefore, the nonsense of the argument that the DUP brought about this is entirely wrong, because if every single person in Northern Ireland had voted not to have Brexit. The majority in the United Kingdom chose that we were having it, and that was a democratic decision of a country. And whenever the question was put, the question was not put, do you believe that Great Britain should leave the European Union? It was, do you believe the United Kingdom should leave the European Union? And therefore, that should be the United Kingdom that leaves the European Union, and that leads to us to this particular circumstance. The protocol was put forward as a solution. Instead of that, it is a barrier. The protocol ensures that we do not have the trade existing between Great Britain and Northern Ireland that previously existed, and consequence of that is that it's driving up costs. And if anybody is out and about in businesses now, they are telling you that costs are going up on a very regular basis. They are telling you that goods that they previously had are not available. That is not good for the people of Northern Ireland. And I would encourage my colleague from South Belfast, instead of pursuing this agenda that, the protocol is good and the rigorous implementation of it is good and all of that there, to recognise that it's not good, and recognise that we do need solutions which are different, and support us in getting those solutions, and support us in going to the European Union and saying this is wrong, and they are hurting the people of Northern Ireland, and they are in particular hurting the people who have the lowest incomes in Northern Ireland, who can ill afford to have their food costs driven up as a consequence of the protocol.
Mark Durkin is not in his place. I call Thomas Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, while folk on the other benches are seeking to talk up the protocol, can you give us an update on the issues surrounding pet travel within the UK as a result of the protocol?
Well, the expectation that we should be treating animals for tapeworm and indeed for rabies from the European Union was put back in the first instance to the 1st of July. I chose to defer that further to the 1st of October because, again, we need solutions. And no one can argue that this poses a threat to the single market. Doing what the European Union wants us to do poses a threat to people who are disabled and that they're not able to get their guide dogs. Doing what the European Union wants us to do poses a threat to families who have family in Great Britain and who travel with their dogs to see their families in Great Britain. And doing what the European Union wants us to do imposes an unnecessary medical intervention on animals that don't require it. I think that we should recognise that if you haven't had a disease in the country for 99 years, then we don't need to be bringing in rules to keep that disease out of the country. For rabies, that it hasn't existed in either Ireland or Great Britain or indeed Northern Ireland over the course of the previous 99 years.
I call Thomas Buchanan for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his response. Indeed, I have constituents who have expressed concern about bringing their animal in from Manchester, a dog with them, and the exorbitant cost that it was alone to get all of these tests done. Would the Minister therefore agree that the requirements, especially for rabies and tapeworm treatment, are totally unacceptable and actually counterproductive and present animal health issues?
The member is absolutely right. They are totally unacceptable. But what is also unacceptable is that whenever this is pointed out, you meet with a degree of inflexibility to find the solutions. So, our chief vet and the UK chief vet are engaging with the European chief vet, and the vets all know. The vets all know that this is just a nonsense, but the politicians aren't allowing it to change. And I think that's very regrettable, that even when you point out things which are entirely reasonable, that the European Union engage in a way which is entirely unreasonable.
And I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank
you, Mr Speaker. And Mr Speaker, whilst I'm tempted to draw the Minister on his comments about asking the constitutional question, I won't be tempted, and I'll stick to my original question on this. Would the Minister like to join with me in congratulating Dale Farm on winning a significant contract with the EU firm Arla, I believe they're based in Denmark, for the delivery of whey protein? And does he accept that this contract would not have been achievable without the protocol?
Well, I congratulate Dale Farm if they have achieved something on the back of the protocol, and I commiserate with the many thousands of business who are damaged as a consequence of the protocol.
I call Sheila Bradley for supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, and I note how swift your answer is and short on detail. Dr Johnson was quoted in the Farmers' Journal as saying the protocol has strong support within the agri-food sector in Northern Ireland, simply because we recognise that without it we would be in great trouble. Does the Minister refuse to recognise that the protocol is the key to an economic driver for the agri-food sector here in Northern Ireland?
No, absolutely not. And what Dr Johnson didn't point out was that the beneficial impact that he's identified for the dairy industry doesn't apply with the beef industry, nor indeed with the chicken or pork industry. So, for example, in Northern Ireland, Foyle Foods and Dungannon, the companies there import tens of millions of pounds of beef from Great Britain for further processing here, which goes back to Great Britain. And that is impacted as a consequence of the protocol. The same applies to chicken, the same applies to pork. And these are important elements of ensuring the viabilities of the beef industry, of the chicken industry, and indeed of the pork industry. So if you want to, grab onto one particular element where the protocol has been beneficial, that's absolutely fine. But, why ignore the many thousands of companies, whether they're companies that are importing plants for sale in our nurseries, whether they're companies that are importing trees that we're going to plant in Northern Ireland and ensure that we protect our environment, companies that are importing hedges. I can't buy a hedge in Lancashire, but I can buy it from Latvia. Sorry, the product that is growing in a similar environment and bred in a similar environment is the product which will be best placed to suit Northern Ireland. And our farmers who previously were selling their bulls in England can't sell them anymore because if they take them there they have to stay for 6 months. No reason for it. Farmers who have bought sheep were left stranded in Scotland, causing them huge problems. And of course the eel fishermen have their own problems as well. So the problems are just so extensive that if a member wants detail, she could get an overload of it very quickly.
And I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Minister, last week your department reported that the carbon reduction levels in Northern Ireland were reduced by an embarrassing amount of 1%. Can I ask you what measures you're going to implement to ensure that this 1% is worked upon and we make necessary reductions beyond that?
Yes, absolutely. Obviously, we have our climate change legislation, which has been sitting with the Executive to bring forward. But the legislation in its own will not actually ensure that we reduce carbon by the amount that's required. We actually need actions. And the actions that we will be taking will be contained within our green growth policy. And therefore, we will be continuing to work extensively in the development of that green growth policy. One of the things that my officials are currently working on is the funding to support this. And we're looking at putting in a request to the Department of Finance over the course of the next number of years for around £100 million per annum so that we can seriously tackle the issues of carbon reduction. Now, all of the folks who have been so keen to show their green credentials in the climate change bill, it will come to them to identify, do they support the DAERA in their request, and will they have the green credentials then to ensure that DAERA does get the finances to actually take real meaningful actions on carbon reduction, because we have had substantial success in the energy sector in particular, and the energy sector is now not one of the big three. It is agriculture, transport, and now housing people's own homes. So there's a course of work to be done there that will need to be done to make that real tangible difference. And the question that I have to all of the Assembly colleagues today: will you support me in doing that, or will you just make noises about the environment without actually providing the actions to back up that noise? And that's a challenge that I lay to all of you.
I call Rachel Woods for supplementary.
Thank the Minister for his answer, and I agree there is no time for greenwashing. There never was, and certainly there is not any more. The Minister has made announcement and noises about planting 8 million trees along with a Forest for Future, but the figures from the department show that we have a disproportionate reliance on commercial Sitka spruce planting. So can I ask the Minister then, how urgent does he feel the need to plant native broadleaf trees so we can start carbon sequestration?
Well, you see, Sitka spruce are pretty good at carbon sequestration as well. So, whilst there may not be my tree of choice, and certainly the trees that I planted many years ago on my own land were broadleaves, I didn't plant them for a commercial interest. I planted them to help the environment. But you know, planting trees which have a commercial interest but have environmental benefits is not something that I see as a bad thing. You know, the Forestry Service making £10 million a year, to me, is not a bad thing. So, you know, we need to have wood in our lives, whether it's the pencils that you use, the bed you sleep in, or the floor that you walk on. So, you know, planting trees which you actually use to harvest is not a bad thing.
And that is the end of our period of questions for today. I would ask members to take their ease for a few moments before we return to the licensing bill.
Okay, members, we'll now resume the deliberations on the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill for their consideration stage, and I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and if you will allow me just to open my speaking notes, I will do so very quickly here. I suppose I'll start, as I have done throughout this bill, by declaring an interest. I have worked in the hospitality sector for 17 years, and most recently up to March last year in a pub in my constituency. And I suppose, again, just to start, this bill has, as has been stated, is a long time coming. The amendments in this group, again, as others have stated, are largely technical and amend the wording of a number of amendments made at consideration stage, as the Minister has outlined. And I have no real issues in relation to most of them. But with regard to Amendment 13 that was picked up on earlier on, just if the Minister could clarify if there's any impact on removing the words "as the court sees fit" on the issuing of terms and conditions then for occasional licences, and will the terms and conditions be set out elsewhere, and are they okay then under the licensing order as it stands? Amendment 8 adds further clarity on application for 52Es and 52F applications, and as a technical amendment it is welcome. And all occasional licences, Kelly Armstrong had mentioned her intention to vote against Amendment 5, and I would be minded to do so in the same vein. And I would certainly be happy to take an intervention for clarification from the Minister on Amendment 5 with regard to the occasional licences, which is already on the face of the bill, but it is now amending the licensing order in Article 30 with regard to the local producer's licence. And I'd raise similar issues at consideration too, as I will do today, and about why this was actually being amended. But does the amendment in 5 mean that those with local producers' licences under Article 5(1)(m) cannot get an occasional licence by another licensed premises, i.e. a pub? Or does it mean that those who are local producers who do not have the taproom licence can still avail of occasional licences via another licensed premises as it occurs so today? For example, currently I can attend a taproom event that's under an occasional licence, and if that local producer who was running the taproom did not apply for a taproom licence, i.e. the Article 5(1)(m), on the on-sale licence in 52E, could a friendly pub still go to the courts and apply for an occasional licence on their behalf after this bill comes in act? And furthermore, just to Kelly's point, does it actually mean that if a local producer gets a taproom licence, which I'll remind members, despite attempts at consideration stage, is for very limited circumstances, both on hours and days that they're allowed to have them, that occasional licences cannot be sought on their behalf at all underneath this clause? Because the effects of this, I don't really think we have taken into consideration. Certainly, some of us have certainly considered it, but in terms of the practical outworkings of the viability, which is again something that we discussed at length at consideration stage, and I know that the committee members certainly spend a number of hours talking about the viability of this local producer's licence. So a further query then for the Minister is on Amendment 13. Which I've discussed in terms of policy changing as the court sees fit, and will the court still issue terms and conditions under the 1996 order? And I do welcome Amendment 24. It's a let me see, I've just completely lost it, sorry, Mr Speaker. I do welcome Amendment 24 from the Minister, and I thank her department and Claire also in the Bills office for their amount of time over the last week or so, and the support that they gave me to discuss the issues that I had raised at consideration stage in terms of the practical outworking and the clarity that's much needed in relation to the new local producers licence, in terms of their status within this bill, and also then within the 1996 order that would be amended, all being based around the ancillary label, which has been mentioned previously. And in summary, the number of issues were as follows: on the rating process and the potential impact on their industrial de-rating as manufacturers, the requirement of further planning permission, either in part or in whole, depending on whether the taproom is ancillary and temporary, restrictions on opening hours, which we've already attempted to amend, and whether red lines can and should go on applications for taprooms off licences and the toured areas, the removal of accessing occasional licences, and how this licence will be interpreted in the courts by building regs, by authorities, by the PSNI and local councils, for example. And finally, the fact that the impact of the licences might actually mean that it is not worthwhile for small independent businesses to actually apply for this licence. And as stated previously, we need to make sure that this bill does not end up being unworkable in practice. So the Amendment 24 seeks to make it clear on the face of this legislation that the taproom aspect of this licence is ancillary to the main functions of the area, using the example I made at consideration stage, that if the taproom element of the licence, i.e. the red line, is around 5% of the manufacturing or production building, that this is treated as ancillary to the main purposes of the premise. And I do wonder if the Minister can confirm that this will mean that there will still be a planning permission required for the licences to be issued, and if she has or will be discussing this with the Minister for Infrastructure and the local planning authorities to assess any impact on their business. And I would echo the same comments for the Minister and the Department to engage with the Minister and Department of Finance too in relation to the rating issues, and if any regulations or guidance is needed to further this, as the extent of the relief in terms of industrial derating is determined by statute, and derating is apportioned accordingly depending on the occupation for other purposes. So these are the fine details, members, that I think we still need to work out. And given the complex nature of a lot of this bill, as well as the maze that is the Licensing Order 1996, and I don't even claim to know anything about it really at all, fair play to anybody that does, but much of this legislation seeks to amend it. I welcome this clarification in Amendment 24, and I hope it does just that. This is a key issue that was being brought to me by sector bodies and by local producers in the last few weeks, and it is the need for information. So I'm going to draw my remarks to a close on this group. I'm going to be picking up on the complex nature of this legislation and the need for clear guidance on its practical implementation in Group 2 under the amendment tabled in my name. And thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus ní siadam sé ar na bubble chun in lasithe a críocha correlation lasithe. I now call the Minister for Communities to wind on the amendments.
Yeah, thanks very much, and thank you to everybody that spoke as well, and again just to the Chair and the committee as well in terms of how they have approached the amendments, and I was glad to work with them in adopting some of the amendments into the bill that we have in front of us here today. And as I was saying, I mean, a large part of it is technical and consequential in terms of the amendments that we're dealing with here now. And as was touched on by many members, this is a huge step forward as we're now moving to this further consideration stage of these laws. And hopefully it won't be as long as a debate as it previously was last week. Again, just in terms of the Amendment 5, I know it was touched on, I mean, the policy in respect of the use at local producer premises was agreed at consideration stage. So again, from my point of view, voting against Amendment 5 will not reverse the decision that was made by this House. And also, just again to reiterate in terms of Amendment 13 around improvements of the drafting of Clause 23, it is about permitting the court and determining an application for an occasional licence, and it is about them imposing terms and conditions to that licence as they assess fit. So I commend the motions, these amendments, to the House.
Thank you, Minister. Amendment 1 proposed. The amendment proposed to Clause 9, page 10, line 6, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Air in the Bubble, Deirdre Hargey, to formally move Amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 9, page 10, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move to C. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, Air in the Bubble, Leish and Lasu Chor Formalta. Amendment number 3, I call the Minister for Communities to propose it formally.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 9, page 10, line 11, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now we move to this one. Okay. Amendment number 4 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to formally move Amendment number 4. Iram, Sarah Island, the Pobble, Deirdre Hargey, Lelasu, Iverahian, Iveracahar, Horhontasi, to move Amendment number 4.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Clause 10, page 10, line 29, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. We now move to Amendment number 5. Yeah. Amendment 5 has already been debated. Agus éireann ar Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a cuig a chorthon tosaigh go formalta. I now call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 5.
Moved.
Amendment on the proposed to clause 11, page 16, line 34, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 5 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 6 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 6. Éireann sa Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a sé a chorthon tosaigh go formalta.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 16, line 38, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 6 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 7 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 7. Éireann Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a seach a chorthon tosaigh.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 17, line 7, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment number 7 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment number 8 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 8. Éireann sa Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a hocht a chorthon tosaigh go formalta.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 11, page 17, line 8, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 8 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Pardon? Yeah. Amendment 9 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 9. Éireann sa Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a ní a chorthon tosaigh go formalta.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to leave out clause 12. The question is that Amendment 9 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Now, which one we go to? Amendment number 10 has already been debated. I guess Éireann sa Ireland Pobl ar East Ella, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a jaich a chorthon tosaigh go formalta. I now call Deirdre Hargy to formally move Amendment number 10.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 15, page 21, line 38, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 10 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And now we move to Amendment number 11. Amendment 11 has already been debated. I call Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 11. Éireann sa Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a héan jeig a chorthon tosaigh go formalta. Le de hall.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 20, page 25, line 20, leave out word as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 11 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Right, group 2. We now come to the second group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 12, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 14 to 16 and 20 to 22. Within this group, Amendments 14 and 15 are mutually exclusive. Amendment 22 is consequential to 21. Agus nish Éireann sa Ireland Pobl, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú dóigh a chorthon tosaigh agus na lasí eile a chur san Éire. I now call Deirdre Hargy to move Amendment number 12 and to address the other amendments in the group, please. Leda Hall.
Thank you. I beg to move amendment number 12. My proposed amendments in Group 2 seek to improve the drafting of the bill and mainly address the potential practical difficulties in implementation. Amendment 12 clarifies Clause 22, ensuring that not only should the Department of Health set a minimum unit price for alcohol, but that it prohibits the sale of alcohol below this price. The amendment also provides the Minister of Health with the opportunity to explain to the Assembly the reasons why it is not practical to do so within the timescale set, should that be the case. This amendment is in response to legal advice received by my department that the statutory duty placed on the Department of Health to bring forward legislation takes no account of the role of the Executive Committee and could potentially place the Minister in a position of being unable, because of his duty under the Ministerial Code, to comply with a legal obligation. Amendment 14 replaces and improves the drafting of Clause 24, independent review of licensing system, including the surrender principle, to ensure that there are no issues with the practical implementation of these provisions. There are also a number of definitions which have been added as these are standalone provisions which are not to be inserted in the licensing order. The amended clauses increase the time frame for appointing an independent person from 6 months to within 1 year of the Act receiving royal assent. The timescale from the completion of the review is increased from 1 year to 2, with the inclusion of a regulatory making power to extend this if necessary. A regulatory power has also been included to allow for the time frame for publishing an action plan to be increased by the regulations if necessary. The remaining changes are to improve the drafting of the clause and ensure its practical implementation. They do not seek to reverse the agreed policy intent. And I would like to thank Matthew O'Toole, whose amendment at consideration stage this was for working with my officials to ensure the practical implementation of this policy. Amendment 15, tabled by Rachel Woods, proposes that the independent review provided for in Clause 24 should, as part of its remit, consider the desirability of social value of public houses carrying out other types of businesses on their licensed premises. I have been advised that an examination of the social benefits or other ways of the diversity of trade on licensed premises is adequately covered by the terms set out for the review in the new Clause 24(2)(d) and E proposed by my Amendment 14. I therefore do not support this amendment. Amendment 16 to Clause 25 clarifies the information required to be published annually by the Department relates to the numbers of pubs and off licences, not the operation of the entire licensing system. The amendment also sets the reporting level of the geographical spread of pubs to district electoral area and requires the Department to include a statement commencing on observable trends. Again, I would like to thank Matthew O'Toole, whose amendment this was, for working with my officials to ensure that there are no practical difficulties in implementing this policy. Amendment 20, tabled by Rachel Woods, proposes that under Clause 43, the Department's guidance should include the detail of the practical implementation as well as the effect of Part 1 and the resulting Act on the licensing order. The practical implementation of the Act is set out in the schedules and in the various court rules which accompany it. I do not think this amendment is necessary and therefore do not support it. Amendments 21 and 22, tabled by Kelly Armstrong, proposes that Clause 44, requiring the Department to review and report on the implementation of each provision of Parts 1 and 2 of the resulting Act, should include the term "and effectiveness." I have been advised that any assessment of the implementation of a provision would necessarily include an objective assessment of its effectiveness. I do not support this amendment as I believe it is unnecessary. These, Deputy Speaker, are the amendments.
Thank you. And I call Paula Bradley, the Communities Chair.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Excuse me. With regard to these amendments, as I said in the Group 1 debate,
At our meeting on the 17th of June, members considered a detailed paper from the Department outlining all the Minister's amendments and the need for them. The committee was content with the Minister's proposed amendments in Group 2. They do not reverse the decisions that the House agreed at consideration stage, but seek to refine those clauses which stand part of the bill to ensure they are both legally effective, practically possible to implement and improve the drafting of clauses and ensure their enforceability. Starting with Amendment 12, the committee supports this amendment, which leaves out Clause 22, minimum unit pricing as drafted in the version of the bill as amended at consideration stage, and inserts a new Clause 22 entitled Minimum Price for Alcohol. The Department's paper to the committee advised that this new Clause 22 takes account of a number of comments by the Attorney-General that not only should the Department of Health set a minimum unit price for alcohol, but also prohibit the sale of alcohol below this price, that it should recognise the limited power of an individual minister to introduce legislation and should take account of the role of the Executive Committee, and that it should also provide the Minister of Health, should it not be reasonably practicable, to comply with 22(1)(a) with an opportunity to explain to the Assembly the reasons why it is not practicable to do so within the timescale set. With regard to Clause 24, independent review of the licensing system and surrender principle, the committee supports the Minister's Amendment 14, which leaves out Clause 24 as drafted in the version of the bill as amended at consideration stage and inserts a new Clause 24 independent review of the licensing system, including surrender principle. The committee understands that the amendment or the amended clause proposed is to ensure that there are no issues with its practical implementation and do not seek to reverse the agreed policy intent, and that the Minister's amendments have the support of Mr O'Toole. The Department advised the committee that the amended clause increases the time frame for appointing an independent person from 6 months to within 1 year, and the timescale for completion of the review is increased from 1 year to 2, with the inclusion of a regulatory making power to extend this if necessary. A regulatory power has also been included to allow for the time frame for publishing an action plan to be increased by regulations if necessary. On Amendment 15, I understand that this is mutually exclusive to Amendment 14, if I've got that right, and I'll just wait to hear what is said further by Ms Woods. The committee supports Minister's Amendment 16, which provides improved drafting to the clause as included in the version of the bill published as amended at consideration stage. Amendments 20 to 22 to clauses 43 and 44 are proposed by Rachel Woods and Kelly Armstrong, and it will be up to the House to decide if these amendments should be included. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Last can call you. My comments in this section will be brief as well. I am glad that we're getting through these amendments today more efficiently. I don't think anybody wants to be hanging around here to 3 or half 3 in the morning. However, as exhausting as that was, it was very important that we had that debate that night, and I am thankful to the Minister for facilitating that. Us members of the committee tend to think this bill is our baby, but of course it is for members in this House to have their say and to table any amendments if they so wish. And I have to say that I am impressed and I'm pleased with the level of support for the bill, the level of interest in it, and I'm obviously glad and support the Minister's intention with the bill, which I've outlined previously in terms of its positive impact on our hospitality and tourism. With respect to Group 2 and the amendments contained within it, if I can deal with Amendment 15 first in the name of Rachel Woods. And I do believe that this amendment is sufficiently covered under Amendment 14. And as the Minister has said, an examination of the social benefits or otherwise of diversity of trade on licensed premises is adequately covered by the terms set out for the review in the new Clause 24A, 2 and E proposed by Amendment 14. So therefore, it's not that I don't see the point of the amendment, I don't see the need for the amendment given that we have Amendment 14 there. Mr Deputy Speaker, we also feel that Amendments 20, 21 and 22 are also unnecessary as well. I mean, if we're talking about efficiency, that should be a given for all departments who are bringing through legislation, especially this department should be no different. So we don't see any divergence of approach there. So that's why we don't feel that these particular amendments are needed. Just to draw my remarks to a close, Lascan Collier, I want to thank the Minister for her amendments that she's brought forward today in an effort to work collegiately with members across the House and tidying up some of the amendments that they have brought forward over previous weeks. So I just want to reiterate my comments that I made previously, that I think this is a really hugely positive step, and we are a step closer to seeing this much needed bill brought into legislation and to give our hospitality and tourism sector the much needed boost that they need. So Gurmagit Lascan Collier.
Sir Matthew Toole on Canch. I call Matthew Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I know the committee members feel a bit like this legislation is their baby. I would quite like to lay claim to being the wicked uncle of this legislation and trying to inject a little bit of something different into it. And I know that has occasionally caused some people some headaches, but I think for a good reason. Let me. I won't go through all of the amendments in the group, but clearly two of the most consequential amendments, probably the two most consequential amendments that we are debating today, are amendments 14 and 16, which are to my previous clauses 24 and 25 as amended at consideration stage. The Minister is right, and I thank the officials in her department for engaging with me on this. At consideration stage, I made clear that what I was seeking to do with these amendments and these provisions was to put in statute the need for a fundamental review of our licensing system. And let me reiterate again, for the benefit of everyone, including for people listening outside, why that's necessary. Over the past 20 years, House of Commons library data shows that 36%, that's nearly 40% of pubs in Northern Ireland have shut. That's faster than any other part of the UK. It's faster than the south of Ireland. We have lost 22% of pub staff. That the number of people employed in pubs has fallen by nearly a quarter. We have a dramatic situation, particularly in rural areas, but not exclusively in rural areas. The data shows that, for example, in the constituency of East Belfast, next to mine in South Belfast, 50%, that's half of pubs have shut. And of course, I won't delay everyone today by going over all the principles. I can see the member for South Down starting to pray silently that I don't go through the surrender principle in detail, but it is worth saying, because the last time we were saying it at 2 in the morning, that the thing that's unique about this place and unique on this island, but it's better preserved in this part of the island, is that the surrender principle means that, for all intents and purposes, once a pub closes, it can't open. But we need evidence, and we need an evidence base on how the licensing system as a whole, not simply the surrender principle, is working. It's not about abolishing it, it's about gathering evidence and looking at possible reforms. In the previous debate at consideration stage, I made clear that I would work with the Minister's department if they had concerns about scope, or more specifically concerns about the capacity, frankly, to deliver what was in the amendment. Thought that was a reasonable way to proceed, and the House, the Assembly, agreed with the amendment on that basis, and the House, the Assembly, endorsed an independent review of the licensing system on that basis. So I will say that I am not necessarily brimming with enthusiasm about giving the department extra time to do this work, but on the basis of goodwill and discussing with officials, I'm willing to say that it has, that I'm willing to accommodate and support it on that basis. Let me just briefly say what the amendment does. It keeps, in principle, the independent review of the licensing system and the surrender principle, looking at it in total. The key changes that it makes are obviously changing the timings for it. Previously, the amendment allowed 6 months for the department to appoint an independent person. They'll now have up to a year. And after that, the independent person will have, rather than just a year, they will have 2 years, with the department having a regulatory making power to change that if necessary. And then after that, they will have time. They will have more time to respond for the department to respond to the Assembly, again with a regulatory power to extend that. Let me just say I was happy to work with the department on that, but I'm going to say now here in the chamber that I think it's really important that this additional headroom, to use a phrase from the Finance Department, is headroom additional. As a bank manager might say, it's a potential overdraft facility rather than a target. I think we can get this done as quickly as possible, and I'd be really keen if the Minister is willing for her to make clear that her officials should be mandating them to get this person appointed as quickly as possible, ideally before the end of the mandate. Of course, none of us in this room know when this mandate, literally none of us know when this mandate is going to end. But assuming that it ends next May, I'd be really keen to hear if the Minister would be willing to say that she'll be encouraging her officials to endorse it by the end of next May, assuming that's when the mandate ends. There are a couple of other changes which I have been, I suppose, tolerant of from the initial independent review that was passed at the previous stage, but they've changed the drafting, but they aren't fundamental. My subsection C of Part 2 of my previous clause mentioned the creation of new licences in areas of clear community need, and it also talks specifically about new legislative options. That language has come out of the new clause. Now, I'm clear that the review should look at those issues, and the independent person will have longer to look at those issues. So as far as I'm concerned, and I want to say it on the record, and I hope the Minister would agree with me, nothing that is in was substantively changes the powers or remit of the review. It simply gives the Department and the independent person a longer period of time in which to do that work. But again, I repeat, it doesn't say they should take longer to do that work, and I hope they don't. So it would be really keen, as I say, if the Minister could clarify and just agree, if she's willing to agree with me that she wants this to happen as quickly as possible, and that those new time limits are just that, limits, not targets. And I'm sure I and others in this room will be holding the Department in the best spirit possible to those. I should say on Amendment 15, I support Amendment 15 in Rachel Wood's name. I think it adds, clarifies, and I don't think it creates anything. I certainly don't think it creates an undue burden. I think it simply clarifies what we're trying to do, and it actually does more in terms of clarifying around the pub as a hub model that I know many in the industry, and especially Hospitality Ulster, are very keen to promote. So I think that that's important. And I should say, when it comes to, I can talk about this in final stage, but when it comes to this review, we want the entire sector and everyone else who's interested to get behind it. So that's where I am, as it were, on Amendment 14. I've been working with the Department. I welcome their engagement. So many of the changes are technical. There are some substantive ones, but I will give way, yeah.
Amendment to the publication of the number of licences had indicated that the desire was to have that broken down by postcode, and I note the Department's amendment states that that should be done by district electoral area. Would the member agree with me, where preferable, even by postcode prefix, it would be good to have that information?
I'm very grateful to the committee member, Mr Allen, for that intervention. I was just going to come on to Amendment 16. He is right. Since I've had conversations with the Department, one of the things that emerged is, so Amendment 16 is another new clause which replaces my previous clause 25 around annual publication of the number of licences. Some of the language has been clarified, and I welcome the Department give me some frankly very useful information. My language was not drafted as well as it could have been. I also had obliged the Department to do a 10-year rolling horizon forecast on the number of pubs. I accept that would have been pretty ambitious and even for the most creative economist quite difficult to achieve. So that has been replaced by a statement on pub trends. But it has also been pointed out to me since that in relation to the subsection C required the Department to break down the number of operational pubs by postcode. Others have said to me they think that this should be doable by postcode prefix without jeopardising GDPR, without being a major burden. It would be helpful if the Minister could clarify that she will, at the very least, endeavour to get her officials to do it by postcode prefix, and that should be covered by the Department considers it as feasible to reckon the number of premises by smaller areas. I don't see how simply doing it by, for example, BT4, where we are now, should violate those issues too much. So if the Minister could clarify on that, that would be helpful. So in that, Mr Deputy Speaker, I will close out. As I say, this for me is completely critical. This is a fundamental piece of legislation, and I did not want to let it go past without moving amendments that offered us the opportunity to look in substance at the operation of our licensing system, because we do face particularly a crisis in rural areas. It doesn't commit the Department or this Assembly to any changes. It simply commits us to a process of gathering evidence, and that might take years. In fact, it could take more years, because if we agree to these amendments today, we're giving the Department more years, so no one could object to that. The two things I would like clarity on, if possible, from the Minister are: one, will she encourage the Department to go faster to treat these new targets, these new time limits, as just that, time limits, not targets, to do their homework, as it were, on the Friday night rather than once they get home, rather than Sunday afternoon? And secondly, in relation to publication of data, will she ask that the Department investigates whether postcode prefixes are possible to publish data from that? Because I simply don't see how that could violate GDPR. But other than that, as well as saying, as I say, we support Amendment 15 from Rachel Woods, I believe, and indeed Kelly Armstrong's amendments. I believe most of the rest in this group are technical. So thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I won't trouble the House any longer, but I look forward to boring everyone at final stage about these issues. Thank you very much.
I called Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. To be honest, I'd love to support everything that's in Group 2, but I know that 14 and 15 are mutually exclusive, so we'll see how the voting goes on that. I did want to rise to say, a wee bit disappointed by Group 2 and the amendments, even though I will be supporting them. I think that Amendment 12 just gives a minister an out. The committee was very committed to ensuring that a minimum price per unit of alcohol would be brought forward within 3 years by the Health Minister. But in the amendment that we have before us today, basically the Health Minister can choose to ignore that, and the only way that they have to come back on that is just to say there was a reasonable excuse for them to do so. That's unfortunate. Again, when it comes to Amendment 16, as Mr O'Toole has talked about, GDPR or not, I think that the Amendment 16 misses the point of what we were looking for in the committee. And I'll just reiterate what I was told when I asked for a list of licence holders. I was told to go to the courts and get it myself. The reason why we were looking for that listing is to actually protect children, to help the police force and to help the emergency services. This is not to cause difficulties for pub owners, and many pub licence holders are actually businesses, they're not named people. But what I would like to say is the reason why I asked for the list and the reason why the committee was agreed to have the list, and now it's been amended and to be honest watered down a little. You could come to my Strangford constituency and look for a DEA, and I take for instance the bottom of the Arts Peninsula, Portaferry DEA. There are pubs that are in Portaferry town. There are also other licence holders that are outside that area. So it gives me a list. In that DEA, there's 8, 10 pubs. It doesn't tell me where the cluster of that pubs is. It doesn't tell me how I can plan ahead as a council about entertainment licences. It doesn't tell me as a police officer whether I send officers to one particular street or part of a town or a village. And that's the part that really sort of galls me on that one. DEA or not, if you imagine whatever the central Belfast DEA is, how many licences will be there? And just being told you've got 20 licences in one place does not actually break things down. So I would indeed.
You agree with me that, I agree with her. The fundamental reason why I put down this amendment, the original amendment in the first place, was simply that there's a huge paucity of information. Now, the information is gathered, but it's in different places, and whenever you try and investigate how this system is working, it's simply impossible to get hold of it. So it should be in everyone's interests to have a consistent, clear data set that is published locally every year that anyone can use.
Absolutely agree. And I think what annoyed me the most in it all was whenever I talked about this list, Hospitality Ulster was able to provide me with a list of the numbers, but the department couldn't. And I just thought that was a bit much. I would absolutely ask the Minister if she could clarify about that, the first part of the postcode breakdown, because if we are to have effective data collection, then the data has to be usable, and I don't think that DEA is usable. I will indeed.
Would the member agree that, and obviously she welcomes the amendments put down by the member, but it's been a feeling of this system that up till now we haven't had an electronic register available to us?
Do agree, and I think it would actually help with the consideration on the surrender principle if we did actually have a list, because then we can see if our rural pubs are disappearing. With Amendment 15, I can completely understand where Ms Woods is coming from. We heard very clearly in committee, and I've spoken to Hospitality Ulster and other pub owners, that pub as the hub is key, and that social value, that additional aspect to that pub is what that industry or that part of the industry wants to see grown. So the social value, it's never a bad thing to have social value, Deputy Speaker, when you can see how much that pub can then invest back into the community by either having a post office or a small shop or whatever it may be. I could tell you a story about my local pub when I was pregnant getting me eggs, but we'll not go into that here. The reason why in Amendment 21 and 22 I have brought forward effectiveness is very simple. In finance terms, quite often civil servants are asked to consider the efficiency and the effectiveness of the piece of work that they're taking through. And I believe that the term effectiveness does need to be used here. And the reason for that is because whenever changes were coming through and comments were being made about tap rooms, in particular the 52Es, if I'm right, there was an impression that they were going to take all the business away from pubs. It would be an awful situation altogether. It would be these people drinking terribly high-level, concentrated alcohol, and it would be terrible altogether. But there was no evidence. Nothing had been collected. It was all hearsay. What I have heard directly from those tap rooms is they're not applying for the taproom licence. The 52E will sit there not being used, and that's why I'm looking for the effectiveness of this legislation to be measured. It's not about how many taprooms have applied, it's actually, is it any use, and is the legislation actually good enough? Is the legislation going to be good enough to stop young people getting drink from off licences? Is this legislation going to be good enough to protect our police service when they need to get more investment because the amount of pubs opening up and letting people out at 3 o'clock in the morning is putting strain on them? That's why I put the effectiveness in. Effectiveness means that the department doesn't have to just measure outputs, but it's actually how effective that piece of legislation is. And someone may turn around to me and say, actually, it's already covered, it's already in there. No, it's not, because unless it is spelled out on the face of this bill, it won't be measured. Thank you.
Now call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And if Mr O'Toole thinks of himself as the uncle figure of this bill, then I'm probably the annoying family member you see every few times a year, only visiting and chiming in, second stage, consideration stage and today. I promise I'll not be back to final stage and I will buy a round. But before I discuss 15 and 20 in my name, I would like to give my support to Mr Allen's comments in relation to postcode prefixes where available. I don't see any GDPR issues on the surface, and perhaps I certainly welcome an explanation. These pubs and licensed premises and bars are public houses or bars. We know where they are. They'll be listed on Companies House. So in terms of data issues, I'm not really too sure, but I'm happy to go with the amendment on the marshalled list, but without knowing the details on those types of data issues, and again I'll leave the comments on 16 there. So to the ones in my name, 15 and 20, I tabled these two amendments stemming from a number of issues that I'd raised at consideration stage. And I'll not go into every single detail now, as members will have heard it all before, and my comments are similar to those that I raised in Group 1 today. But local producers and representative bodies had raised a number of issues about the practical outworkings of the clauses in the bill in relation to the local producers' licences, what it meant in practice and the potential impact of accessing one on their current business and the way that they currently operate, to see if it's viable. And as I spoke on those issues, outlined them in Amendment 24 in Group 1. And as I said, we don't want to get to a point for the licence criteria within this bill and its operational guidance and regulations, meaning that it is unworkable for those people and businesses that it's actually designed for, and it's for the small, independent local producers, not the big boys. This will remain to be seen, and I will speak on Amendment 20 first and then go into 15. Amendment 20 is a very simple one to add into the guidance that will be produced as part of this bill becoming an act under Clause 43, that the practical implementation of the bill will also have details published and available on it. And the reasons for this amendment are quite self-explanatory and relate to the comments that I have made second stage, consideration stage and today in Group 1, as I've said. But with the creation of any new legislation, there must be accompanying guidance. So I welcome that this is on the face of the bill. The guidance, though, must serve those and give details to those that the bill affects. And this guidance will most likely be very hefty, I would have to say, given the wide impacts of this bill in particular and its complexity, as I've already stated. And I've looked at this bill for the past few weeks, and I still need clarity. And I'm not a local producer, I'm not a bar owner, and I'm not someone to try and navigate the system. The system is complex, it is a maze, and people need some sort of helpful map to get through it. The 1996 order is, as I said before, a complex piece of legislation, and this licensing legislation involves many different people, from local producers, alcohol manufacturers, to the pub, the city centre bar, the local council, the local resident, the departments, the courts and other interested parties. It therefore must be fit for purpose, guidance must be clear and accessible, and it must be easy to follow. And I'm not suggesting that Clause 43 is not, but adding in the words practical implementation will, I hope, ensure that the details that are needed for people to access are made available. And I note the Minister has indicated that she'll not be in favour of this amendment, pointing to the schedule attached to the bill, which for me personally, and I don't mind, Mr Deputy Speaker, I could not make head nor tail of them without accompanying guidance. And I have already outlined some of the concerns that have been raised with me in relation to the operation of the local producer's licence, and I stand by those concerns still. And what is clear for me from the conversations I've had with the sector organisations over the last 3 weeks and representatives from the industry as well as local producers in my constituency is that there are parts of this bill that are fundamentally unclear. And I know industry reps wrote to the Minister outlining their concerns on opening hours, planning permissions, rating, the application process and so on. And not all the concerns that are being brought can be answered in the details on the face of the bill. A lot of this will need answers to be given or be up to the courts to decide. And this is where I see the amendment fitting into the departmental guidance. How can this be unpicked and questions answered without guidance that covers the practical implementation of it? Not just for the new aspects of local producers' licence, for example, but also for the practical implementation for the new requirements for off-licences, for supermarkets, for cinemas, and for those hosting underage functions. To Amendment 15, and again, a very simple one, to add in the requirement during the review of this Act to look at, in detail, pub diversification. And many members at consideration stage spoke of the possible merits of the pub as a hub model, about the importance of pubs and bars, especially in our rural areas, to the local communities, and also about concern about the number who have closed and are at risk of closure. And I note that the Minister and members have said that this is already covered in 14. I suppose then, if it is, but obviously not explicitly, what is the problem with having it on the face of the bill? But I do appreciate the comments made. I am aware from the outset that if Amendment 14 is made, this one does fall. So I appreciate that this is the position, but I do wish to speak to it and reiterate the importance of it. And I note in the Minister's opening remarks in this group, she did mention social value being covered in Amendment 14 as well. But there is no denying that there's been a sharp fall in the number of pubs operating in Northern Ireland over the last 20 years, and there are many reasons for this, and those who are at risk of doing so. The pandemic aside, and that's another matter that we need to grapple with, but the cost of living and wages, longer-term shifts in consumption, the increase in sales of alcohol and off-licences, shifts in behaviour and choices, to name but a few, multiple reasons can affect the profitability and viability of pubs, but no publican wants to close the doors without trying to make their business work. Pubs and bars will change over time, as the communities around them do change too. They will adapt though, and they will be different. I will give way.
Member agree with me that part of the reason why we need this review and we need the better data is that unique here is that in the tragic situation where a pub decides to close or sells licence onto a licence off sales, there's literally no way for that pub to reopen in practical terms, and that's one of the things we need to understand. There are new communities that are growing up, there are areas where houses are being built, but there's no way of a pub opening there simply because of the operation of our current system, so we need to understand how it's working.
thank the member for his intervention, and on that I agree with him, and I hope then in the future that we could even look at community pub models, about the communities actually buying over pubs before they're sold on for different reasons, and go out of the local area, given that the community pub is the community hub in many cases. So whatever it is that pubs do and bars in local areas, they want to be different from the competition, and they do want to stay open. And Northern Ireland's rural communities could benefit from changes to the regulations that would allow them to provide enhanced community services like post offices, local farm shops and so on, and also facilitate community meetings, events, internet access points, as well as initiatives to tackle loneliness and social isolation in rural communities. They could, as an example, work in partnership with the not-for-profit Pub is the Hub and Hospitality Ulster, but this is just one example of many, and I know members of the committee took evidence on this during their deliberations, and members spoke in favour of this type of model at considerations stage as something they would like to explore, again the details of which I'll not go over at this stage. But we know possible diversity will not be a magic bullet to fix things overnight, but it is something that we should explore, develop and support if required by licensees, especially of rural pubs, for example, before they are able to undertake the activity effectively. And our current licensing regulations for mixed trading only apply to off-licences, so any changes to allow for mixed trading in the pub setting would require changes to regulations and perhaps legislation. But this amendment was not to try and amend and change mixed trading. I know the committee did look at this during the committee stage, and it can't be done by this legislation. However, having this amendment under the review clause would mean that this is something that can be looked at in further detail to see what can be done in the future and what appetite there is for it. Stakeholders and interested parties could be consulted, and the practical outworkings of any diversification can be understood. For example, how would this affect court applications? Would it affect the licence being granted, and what would the impact of the red line on the licensed area to sell and consume alcohol be? Strict segregation of products would not work in a pub setting, as they currently are in a supermarket, say, or for an off-licence. Would there be a change in building regulation or planning? During a review at the consultation, these kind of questions could be asked and answered, and it's at that time, with all the information and the facts, then recommendations can be brought forward if needed. And our hospitality and pub sector have stepped up over the pandemic, as have so many people in our communities. Businesses were helping people in their local areas. They were offering food essentials, takeaway meals, delivering food to the vulnerable and those who were shielding. They were also donating food that they had stocked in March to food banks. They did the same again in September and December. They were adapting their businesses, if they could, for a very different market. And as we try and build back better post-pandemic and deal with all the outstanding issues that we're already facing this industry, we should be looking to see if there's any other support that government can give to the sector. And if diversifying is what is on offer in a pub or bar in a certain area will mean that the place is viable and sustainable, then why not? So, Mr Deputy Speaker, to close, I'm aware that my amendment is unlikely to be made on pub diversification, and I am glad that the Minister has said it is covered in Amendment 14, but I do hope that the Department can progress some work on this through any review and going forward in general anyway. And I also urge members to support Amendment 20 in my name too. Thank you.
Agus initiatum Sir Jerry Carroll hon cancha. I now call Jerry Carroll.
I've been no surprise that I raised the opposed Amendment 12, which relates to minimum unit pricing of alcohol. I spoke at the last stage about the anti-working class sentiment behind these kind of laws, which are not only rendered ineffective for those who can afford to circumvent them, but which also disproportionately impact working class people. And frankly, I'm disappointed that some, or many, particularly the Minister's own party in this chamber, are happy to go along with this kind of legislation which exclusively targets low earners, the unemployed, or those who get a pittance from our welfare system. For those with alcoholism who were rightly factored into COVID regulations, they will be hardest hit of all. I cannot go along, Deputy Speaker, with such legislation, and I'm disappointed that this Assembly will do so. Instead, I think a more responsible route would be to seek out legislation which does not disproportionately target one section of society, particularly when that section of society is the hardest hit by most of the cuts and the debilitating policies that come from the Executive itself already. I would also like to put on record, Deputy Speaker, my disappointment that once again the Minister has failed to include protections for bar workers who will be detrimentally and directly impacted by these new laws. I submitted 2 amendments backed by Unite the Union, which would have given those workers a pay premium and safe journey home, but they haven't been selected for debate, unfortunately so. I asked the Minister to do this herself, but she said it's outside the scope of the bill focused on licensing. I argue that this doesn't stack up because this bill takes into account the undue inconvenience that licensing changes could have on local residents, to quote the bill itself, that the hours mentioned will not cause undue inconvenience to persons residing in the vicinity of the premises. I would like the Minister to answer this. How can the undue inconvenience of residents be within the scope of this bill, but the undue inconvenience for workers who will have to work those hours is not within the scope of this bill? Surely, if we can afford residents' room for inconvenience, we can do the same for workers who work in these bars. To remind the Minister, we're talking about bar workers who are regularly assaulted, travelling home later from work, female staff who report sexual abuse and fear of travelling home when the public transport system isn't running. Isn't this just as important, some would say more so, than residents suffering from unfortunate inconvenience from bars opening later? To be frank, I find this a blatant attempt to exclude workers' rights from this piece of legislation, and I think it's the latest attempt done by this executive. So I think I'll be supporting all amendments apart from Amendment 12, but I think the issue of workers' rights have still to be addressed in this bill. Thank you.
I would just remind the member that members do have opportunities to introduce amendments themselves. Okay. Now, items and agus níos éireams an aire le críoch a chur an díosbaracht. I now call the Minister to wind on the debate.
Yeah, again, thanks very much, and thanks to the Chair and the committee, for the Communities Committee, just for all of the work that they have done to get this to this stage, and working with me and my officials in the way that you have, and also in playing your role as a scrutiniser of the legislation as well. And again, just to reiterate my thanks to my officials, who I know have been on hand for anybody in this room and outside of it who have asked to have those engagements. And I know as we move through, even in terms of the implementation of what this legislation will look like once that's signed off by the Assembly, they will commit to continue to do that, and they won't wait till Sunday. They will be doing it on the Friday, because they have been proactive, as I said, from 2005 in trying to get this legislation through, and I know they'll have a commitment to do that. And again, I want to express just my thanks to the officials, both in the Assembly and also at the committee as well, for those behind the scenes. And again, I do want to thank those who have contributed to the debate, even when their motions haven't been passed. I mean, it has showed how important this piece of legislation is. It is historic that we're now finally moving forward in the implementation of this, and obviously it has been long overdue, and I just want to thank everybody that has made a contribution to it. In terms of the independent expert then being appointed, I mean, some of the initial stuff that we have, that it'll take at least 6 months in terms of procurement and for that person to be in post. Again, though, I won't be, and I know my officials won't be resting on our laurels, that we will try and speed up where we can. There won't be any undue delay. There's a commitment within this amendment and the legislation that we will have the person in post as early as possible. So there is a commitment to do that as quickly as we can, but it may take at least 6 months just to get the procurement process put in place. In terms of the Amendment 16, I know there's been some discussion, and obviously this amendment relates to an amendment that was tabled by Matthew O'Toole at the consideration stage. Obviously, the Information or Commissioner's Office has determined that a postcode is classed as personal data and therefore may have GDPR issues in gathering and publicising that data. And I can understand issues, I suppose, that people have raised in other circumstances where some of that data has been given in other records. And obviously there is a commitment from me and officials within the department that we will provide the information, obviously initially, as said, at a district electoral area level, but we will try to go lower where possible in making sure that it complies with GDPR. So there is a commitment in terms of progressing this legislation that we will try and provide as much of that information as long as it's complying with those rules. And of course, I mean, the records are not held within my department. They are in fact held by DOJ, obviously, who holds the data in terms of the register of licences that go through the courts. And of course, it will depend on the quality of that. Again, we're more than willing to work with DOJ and with the courts on the back of this legislation in terms of making sure that we're trying to provide as good a data and as at a local level as we can. In terms of the other issues then, in terms of amendments 15, 20, sorry, what? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Minister, you've highlighted an important point around the availability of an electronic register, and you've highlighted that it is the responsibility of the Department for Justice. Can you advise if you've had any engagement with your ministerial counterpart in DOJ in respect of the creation of such a register?
There have been ongoing engagements in terms of the development of this legislation with officials and also the Minister in terms of DOJ, and those are ongoing. That, you will understand, will be a matter for that Minister and the Department as well. In terms of that, obviously, they will be aware of this legislation progressing. There has been engagement around the various parts of it, and that will be a call for them. But I mean, once the legislation passes through, there's a commitment for me to work with DOJ and to work with the Minister as well to try and have as robust a system of data that can be presented and done in a digital way. But again, that will be down to them in terms of the costings and all of that. But I will be keen to work with them in order to deliver on that. In terms of the other amendments then that was set out, and I mean, obviously I've listened, and it's not to say that they're necessarily bad. It's just in terms of there's been a lot of calls to make sure, you know, that the legislation is clear, that it's concise, that it's not unwieldy and layered. And obviously, I believe that many of the amendments there are just not necessary, because I do believe that they're already there. So in terms of Amendment 15, I do believe that that's set out in terms of the review, and also with regards to Amendment 14. In terms of Amendment 20, as set out, it's already in the schedule and also set out within the various courts. And again, in terms of 21 and 22 around effectiveness, the implication of provisions will include objective assessment of effectiveness. So I do believe that those assessments and requests are already built in to what I'm proposing within this legislation. So again, Deputy Speaker, I commend the amendments to the House.
Thank you. Amendment 12 proposed. The amendment proposed leave out clause 22 and replace with the new clause minimum price for alcohol as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 12 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 13 is already debated. I call on the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to formally move Amendment 13. Éireann sa air in the bubble, Deirdre Hargey, le lasu ever at sea, jeg a chorhontasi le dal.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 23, page 26, line 36, leave out words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 13 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 14 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargey, to formally move Amendment number 14. Éireann sa air in the bubble, Deirdre Hargey, le lasu ever at ceathair a chorhontasi.
Moved.
Amendment proposed leave out clause 24 and replace with a new clause independent review of licensing system, including surrender principle, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 14 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Yeah. Let's move to here. Motion H. Okay. No, it's G. It's G. I will not call Amendment 15 as it is mutually exclusive with Amendment 14, which has already been made. We now move to Amendment 16, which has already been debated. Agus Iram Sir Iron a Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, Lasu Everashe Derga Chorhontasi. I now call Minister for Communities Deirdre Hargy to move Amendment number 16 formally.
Moved.
Amendment proposed, leave out clause 25 and replace with the new clause, annual publication of the number of licences, as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 16 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 17 has already been debated. Agus Stella Iram Sarah na Pubble, Deirdre Hargy, Le Lasso Rashak Diego Chorontosi. I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment number 17.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 26, page 29, line 18, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 17 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 18 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment 18. Éireann Sair na Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a hoch dig a chorhontasi.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 34, page 35, line 13, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 18 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 19 has already been debated. Agus Ristella Éireann Sair na Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, le lasú ever a níjag a chorhontasi. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment 19.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 37, page 39, line 23, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 19 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 20 has already been debated, and I call Rachel Woods to move formally Amendment 20.
Moved.
Amendment to propose to clause 43, page 43, line 18, and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 20 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Aye. Contrary, the call aye again. Aye. Contrary, no. I barely heard that. So I think maybe the ayes have it on that one. Thank you. Amendment number 21 has already been debated. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong to formally move Amendment 21.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 44, page 43, line 35, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 21 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it too. Aye. Okay. Move to J. Sorry. Option I. Amendment 22 has already been debated. I call Ms Kelly Armstrong to formally move Amendment 22.
So moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 44, page 43, line 39, insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 22 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. I think. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay. Amendment 23 has already been debated. I call the Minister for Communities, Ms Deirdre Hargy, to formally move Amendment 23. Éireann Sair na Bubble, Ms Deirdre Hargy, le lasíthe fiche trí chorhontasi go hofigill.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to clause 48, page 45, line 2, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 23 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 24 has already been debated. Agus Ristella Éireann Sair na Bubble, Deirdre Hargy, le ever fiche sa cahar, lasú fiche sa cahar, a chorhontasi go hofigill. I now call Deirdre Hargy to formally move Amendment 24.
Moved.
Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 46, line 22, leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 24 be made. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And that concludes the further consideration stage of the Licensing and Registration of Clubs Amendment Bill. The bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. That's it. Members, just take their ease now while we move to the next item of business. Members, the next item of business is the introduction of the Charities Bill. I call the Minister for Communities to move to the first stage. Agus iadam thread in the pobl, leis an céad cuid do a chorchontasi.
Thank you. I beg to introduce the Charities Bill, which is the bill to amend the Charities Act NI 2008.
Clerk, can you please read the long title?
A bill to make provision about the lawfulness of decisions taken or other things done by staff of the Charity Commission for Northern Ireland and about exempting charities by reference to conditions related to thresholds from the duty to be registered in the Register of Charities.
That constitutes the bill's first stage and it shall now be printed. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Members, take their ease while we move to the next item of business, which is the further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. Right, members, we'll move to the next item of business, which is the further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 bill. Agus iadam an airgadish Conor Murphy, leis an bill a chorchontasi. I call the Minister for Finance, Conor Murphy, to move the bill.
Moved, Lascan Corla.
As no amendments have been tabled, there is no opportunity to discuss the Budget Number 2 bill now. Members will, of course, be able to have a full debate at the final stage, which is scheduled for tomorrow, the 22nd of June. The further consideration stage of the Budget Number 2 bill is therefore concluded, and the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Thank you. Members, the next item on the order paper is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. and I will ask the Clerk to read the motion, please.
That the draft administration, restrictions on disposal, etc. to connected persons, regulations, Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for the Economy to formally move the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no particular time limit on this debate, and so therefore I call the Minister to open debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval of a statutory rule which is being made under powers contained in the Insolvency and Northern Ireland Order 1989. No company, no matter how big or how small it is or how long it has been in existence, is immune from getting into financial difficulties. If a company which is in financial difficulties can be restored to financial health, that is a gain, both for the economy and in terms of preserving employment. That is the purpose of administration. Administration gives companies in financial difficulties the opportunity to continue trading under the control of a qualified insolvency practitioner appointed as administrator. Administration normally lasts for up to 1 year, but can be extended for a further 6 months with the consent of the creditors and without limit of time by court order. The administrator is required to carry out his or her functions with the aim of achieving objectives laid down by statute. The primary objective is to rescue the company so that it can continue trading as a going concern. If rescue proves impossible, the administrator must aim to achieve a better result for the creditors as a whole than would be the case in a liquidation. If this also proves impossible, the administrator's function becomes one of selling the company's property to make a distribution to secured or preferential creditors. Under the law as it stands, the administrator has full rights to sell the company's property to anyone, including persons who are connected with the company, such as the directors or their relatives. The administrator is required to notify the creditors of the proposals to achieve the purpose of the administration within 8 weeks of the company entering administration, and the meeting to decide whether to approve the proposals has to be held within 10 weeks. However, as things stand, the administrator can have had the company's businesses or assets sold by then. There is no requirement under current legislation to prove that the sale is for value. Moreover, a sale of the company's business or assets to persons who are connected with the company can be arranged in advance of the company going into administration, with the sale being completed on the day it goes into administration or shortly thereafter. Existing directors who know the company well may be the ideal buyers, and there is nothing inherently wrong with so-called pre-pack sales. They are in fact a useful tool to help troubled but viable companies and play a critical role in helping to protect our economy and preserve jobs. However, there is a need to protect the interests of creditors. They need to know that they are not losing out through the business or its assets being sold for less than they are worth. Mr. Speaker, that therefore is the purpose of the regulations which this Assembly is now being asked to approve. The regulations are to provide that during the first 8 weeks of an administration, a sale of the company's business, its assets, or a substantial part of its assets to a connected person can only take place if one of 2 conditions are met. These are that either the administrator must have obtained the creditor's approval to the sale, or the connected person must have obtained a report from an independent and suitably qualified evaluator. The report must confirm either that the price to be paid for the property and the grounds for the sale are reasonable in the circumstances, or that they are not. The administrator will have to send a copy of the evaluator's report to the creditors. If the administrator decides to proceed with the sale, despite the evaluator having stated that the price and grounds for the sale are not reasonable, the administrator will be obliged to provide the creditors with an explanation for doing so. Mr. Speaker, these requirements will increase public confidence and transparency in cases where sales are made to connected persons. They will give creditors the assurance that their interests are being protected as well as those of the distressed business. The regulations have been agreed by the Economy Committee, and my executive colleagues are advised prior to this debate. They correspond to regulations made at Westminster in March this year, which apply to Great Britain. They are therefore needed to give creditors of companies in administration in Northern Ireland the same protection as those in the rest of the United Kingdom. I therefore ask that this Assembly approves these regulations today. Thank you.
I call Keith Archibald.
Gurmargaret Last Cancorlia, and I rise to speak briefly as Chair of the Economy Committee to support the motion on its behalf. As the Minister has indicated, the administration restrictions on disposal, etc. to connected persons regulations NI 2021 prohibits disposal of a company's business or assets or a substantial part thereof to anyone connected with the company during the 8 weeks following entry into administration, unless the creditors have approved the disposal or a report on the disposal has been obtained from an independent and suitably qualified person. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 26th of May, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule will come into operation on the 25th of June. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to affirm on the Committee's behalf. And last Cancorlia, just a few words as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. Over the course of the past year, we have supported legislation, in particular under the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act and other pieces of legislation to help businesses and protect jobs during the pandemic. And that, of course, has been the right thing to do. And while we support the actions which have been necessary because of COVID and quick responses are needed, it's important to flag, and we're nearly a year and a half into it now, that a reliance on and following British legislation is not the way we should routinely do business. There are times when things will be applicable, but others when it may not be the best fit. So as a rule, we should seek to do our own legislation and our own consultation with stakeholders here. And I know the Minister is a devolutionist, so I assume he agrees. On today's SR, it's my understanding it places restrictions on disposal. The disposal can still take place, as the Minister has outlined, with a higher barrier of transparency. So the sales which are designed to protect jobs will still be possible. So perhaps the Minister could just comment on that. And of course, in terms of protecting creditors, workers are also creditors in some of these circumstances. I understand, of course, the reason for this being progressed as it's due to the potential for companies to be going into administration as a result of COVID, and particularly so once furlough ends. Hopefully some of the other SRs that we've passed over the course of the past year will help alleviate some of that. But I think we need to take a real look now at how businesses can be supported practically to get back on their feet, and I look forward to engaging more with the Minister and the Department around that. And just a final point on the specific legislation, I'd like to ask the Minister for some assurances that in the near future he and his Department would look at bringing forward policy and legislation that would prioritise workers' interests in proceedings of administration, so that workers' pay and pensions do not come bottom of the pile of creditors and are instead at the top. And I would just ask the Minister, is that something he'd be willing to look at? Last Cancorlia, we'll be supporting ASR.
I would now ask the Minister to conclude and wind on the debate, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Assembly and the Committee Chairperson for their support for the regulations. The purpose of these regulations, the administration restrictions on disposal, etc., to connected persons regulations, Northern Ireland 2021, a mouthful, Mr Deputy Speaker, but nonetheless very important. And in this case, it's very important that workers and creditors in Northern Ireland are given the same protection as workers right across the United Kingdom. But these regulations are to prevent a company's business or its assets or a substantial part thereof being sold to a connected person during the first 8 weeks that the company that is in administration, unless the sale has been approved by the creditors or a report has been obtained from an independent evaluator. So it's very specific and bespoke as to what it does. But that in itself, Mr Deputy Speaker, protects creditors. Through my time, Mr Deputy Speaker, I've had experiences of firms that I had worked for going into administration, and it's very important that creditors are given as much money as possible or as much funding as possible to protect them, so that you don't end up having a spiral or domino effect. When one company goes into administration, it can have massive impacts on all creditors and all businesses, subcontractors or wholesalers or any business that is dependent on the trade and custom of the company that's went into administration. So it's very important that creditors are protected in that way. And this is one way of ensuring transparency, that there aren't pre-pack arrangements that are done for a particular director or directors of a company, which affects and impacts greatly on the creditors. So it's a way of ensuring transparency that ensures then fairness when a company goes into a liquidation. And of course, the workers of any company that goes into liquidation is very important and vitally important that they are looked after, so that if there is something goes awry, the protection of workers is key, and that they should get everything that's coming to them with regards to redundancies and pay and everything that they are entitled to. So, Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend this motion to the House.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the draft administration restrictions on disposal, etc. to connected persons regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. And we now move to the next item on the order paper, which is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases, Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
And I call the Minister to formally move the motion, please.
Mr Deputy Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister now to open debate on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval to confirm the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases, Amendment Order Northern Ireland 2021. The order extends previously existing protections against detriment in health and safety cases to workers. Until now, these protections have covered only employees. The order was made on the 19th of April 2021 and came into operation on the 31st of May 2021. As it is subject to the confirmatory process, it must be approved by the Assembly within 6 months of coming into operation. In common with Great Britain, Northern Ireland has 3 classifications of employment status for determining employment rights. These are employee, self-employed and Limb B worker. While employees in Northern Ireland are entitled to a suite of employment protections, the category of workers known as Limb B workers have a more casual employment relationship with their employers. These workers may include groups of people such as agency workers and short-term workers. These workers are still entitled to a basic set of core employment rights such as minimum wage and holiday pay. However, there are other employment rights which do not extend to them and which only apply to employees. In the matter before us, the issue being addressed is one of health and safety, and the difference up to now between the protections afforded to employees and those which apply to workers. Article 668 1D and E of the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996 implemented the EU Health and Safety Directive into Northern Ireland law. These articles give employees the right not to be subjected to detriment by their employer for leaving or refusing to return to their workplace in circumstances of danger, which they reasonably believe to be serious and imminent. They also give employees the right not to be subject to detriment for taking steps to protect themselves or others, again in circumstances of danger, which they reasonably believe to be serious and imminent. These important provisions, however, have not previously applied to workers. Members may wish to note that the equivalent protections for employees in England, Scotland and Wales are enshrined in sections 44D and D of the Employment Rights Act 1996. In May 2020, the Independent Workers' Union of Great Britain brought a judicial review against the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions and the Health and Safety Executive in Great Britain. I understand that the union had around 5,000 members who are predominantly classed as workers. These include individuals involved in occupations such as taxi and private hire drivers, chauffeurs, bus and coach drivers, van drivers and couriers. In November 2020, the High Court found that the UK had not fully implemented the EU Health and Safety Framework Directive into domestic law in Section 44 of the Employment Rights Act 1996, and it concluded that some protections then applied to employees only should also extend to Limb B workers. The Court accepted that the UK was not required to extend unfair dismissal provisions to Limb B workers, and had properly implemented the general obligations of the Health and Safety Directive Framework Directive. Having considered the court judgment, my predecessor, Minister Dodds, had decided to amend Articles 68, 1D and E of the Employment Rights Northern Ireland Order 1996 to ensure that workers in Northern Ireland can enjoy these important rights in the same way as employees. Ministers in the Department for Business, Energy and Industrial Strategy have introduced similar legislation, the Employment Rights Act 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases, Amendment Order 2021, which came into force in England, Scotland and Wales in parallel with the Northern Ireland Order on the 31st of May 2021. Whilst the judicial decision may have been a catalyst for this change, this is about more than responding appropriately to a High Court ruling. This order will provide greater clarity for businesses and employers generally on their responsibilities. As LIMB workers represent a small share of the workforce, the direct cost to business of any changes is expected to be very low. However, this does not make this order any less important. These protections are invaluable for both employees and workers who have continued to work throughout this pandemic, and for those who are returning to work as businesses emerge from lockdown. Many will undoubtedly have the significant role to play in our economic recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. This order will provide our most vulnerable workers with the legal protection they need to act to ensure their own safety and the safety of others without fear of suffering detriment for doing the right thing. It is only equitable that our workers have the same legal protections from detriment as employees in this matter. We want them to do the right thing by taking the necessary steps to protect the safety of themselves and others and protect them from suffering a detriment when they do so. This includes protecting them against being denied normal promotion or training opportunities or refusal to pay seniority bonuses. The Court also held that the Personal Protective Equipment at Work Regulations 1992 should also be extended to LIMB workers. I understand that officials at the Health and Safety Executive for Northern Ireland have begun work to consult and extend these regulations to all workers with a view to further legislation being laid later this year. In conclusion, in my new role as Minister with responsibility for employment law, I wish to protect workers' rights and supporting businesses, employees and workers through the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic. I am most grateful to my predecessor, Minister Dodds, for bringing forward this important piece of legislation and to the Economy Committee for their scrutiny of the order, and would urge the Assembly's support in this matter. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have provided the House with sufficient explanation of the purpose of this order and will of course respond to any points made by members in my closing remarks. Thank you.
And Dr. Kiefer Archibald, I now call the Chair of the Committee, Dr. Kiefer Archibald.
Gurmargaret Lascan Corlia, and I rise to speak as Chair of the Economy Committee to support the motion on its behalf. As the Minister has indicated, the Employment Rights NI Order 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases, Amendment Order NI 2021, will ensure all employees and workers have the right not to be subjected to a detriment by their employer for leaving or refusing to return to their workplace, or for taking steps to protect themselves in circumstances of danger which they reasonably believe to be serious and imminent. This gives clarity to workers and businesses and supports workers through the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 20th of April 2021, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule came into operation on the 31st of May. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. And just very briefly, as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson, I welcome that the protections are being extended from employees to workers. All workers should be entitled to the same health and safety protections, and I'm therefore happy to support the SR. And I'm glad to hear the Minister also say that he is looking at regulations in relation to PPE and that those are currently being progressed, and I look forward to those being brought forward also. Gurmargaret.
I call on the Minister to conclude and wind on the debate.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I thank members for their consideration of this order. LIMB worker status allows for flexibility in the labour market whilst providing day one worker rights and protections. Workers play a key role in our economy. In many cases, workers have been front and centre in helping us meet the challenges created by the COVID-19 pandemic, and no doubt they will continue to play an important role as we seek to rebuild our economy. It is imperative and only fair that we take the appropriate steps to ensure their safety. The order will ensure alike are protected from detriment in health and safety cases in the workplace. As I have previously stated, this includes having the right not to be subjected to detriment by their employer for leaving or refusing to return to their workplace in circumstances of danger which they reasonably believe to be serious and imminent. It also includes the right not to be subject to detriment for taking steps to protect themselves or others, again in circumstances of danger which they reasonably believe to be serious and imminent. It's a very important order, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I hope that the Assembly will join me in supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the Employment Rights NI Order 1996, Protection from Detriment in Health and Safety Cases Amendment Order NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and it is so approved. We move to the final item of business then this evening, and that is the adjournment, the final item on the order paper. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Safe home and Slán Abhaile.
Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, Programme signed.